a very good morning to all present. I extend heartiest welcome to all the eminent dignitaries who have graced today's NAAC-sponsored national seminar on the very pertinent topic, quality enhancement of higher education and revised accreditation framework. It is a matter of singular honor to have in our midst erudite and acclaimed personalities of the stature of Dr. B.S. Pon Mudiraj, Advisor NAAC, Dr. S.S. Chahal, erstwhile Vice Chancellor, Maharana Pratap University, Udaipur, Dr. Samita Deshmukh, Principal, Matoshri Vimlabai Mahavidyalaya, Maharashtra, Dr. Renu Bhardwaj, Professor, Department of Botanical Sciences, Guru Nanak Dev University. I also welcome Professor Atima Sharma Dwivedi, Principal KMV, and all scholars to the seminar. KMV, the Heritage Autonomous Institution, has always been a trailblazer, a trendsetter for 137 glorious years. Ranked #1 College of Punjab and being bestowed with top national rankings by India Today, Outlook Magazine, and Times of India Group year after year, KMV, the leader in women empowerment and higher education, has contributed substantially to the society by ensuring quality enhancement of higher education. This particular seminar, being organized by the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of KMV, is another praiseworthy step in the direction. Now, to begin with the proceedings, first and foremost, I invite our Madam Principal, Professor Dr. Atima Sharma Dwivedi, an alumna of Harvard University, a staunch propounder of innovative practices, whose very name is synonymous with innovation and creativity, who, with her vision and wisdom, has been instrumental in opening up new vistas and introducing newer paradigms in higher education. I invite you, Madam, for your welcome address.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhumi. Namaskar. Good morning to all. And at the outset, first of all, I wish to express our gratitude to all the outstanding academicians, the practitioners of excellence, who today are going to be the resource persons of this very valuable seminar. Because without the resource persons, the seminars are just meaningless. So I begin by thanking all of you. The outstanding academicians, Dr. Madhumi has just mentioned their names, to have spared your precious time and to share your wisdom, your practical knowledge, and all those new avenues in education that are so pertinent for the growth of any country. We understand that higher education is most important aspect of any country when it comes to its growth and development. And more so, a developing large population of young people like India. We do need a very good, sustainable system of education that will nurture and produce citizens which are going to make our nation strong economically, socially, and in all other aspects. I also want to specially mention the role of NAAC in enhancing the educational quality all over the country. And not only this country, but the impact of the new avenues and the new initiatives. It is felt, the waves are felt in other countries as well. And especially our young people who learn and go to other countries, because immigration is a huge reality these days. And so the role of NAAC in nurturing and producing individuals who are going to be the nurturers of future societies and economies is most, I think, important. And quality in education is something which ensures the development of such young people. The times are changing. The world has new demands, socially, economically, in professions, and to make life peaceful, not only qualitative, but also peaceful and contributory towards humanity. So the new parameters which have been set up by NAAC, considering all this, we decided to have this seminar, national seminar on the topic of quality enhancement of higher education and revised accreditation framework. And all the teachers, the precious students and the learners, researchers who are going to be a part of this seminar, they need to all understand the revised accreditation framework. So this framework is not just framework by itself. The framework is for what I already mentioned, for the enhancement of quality as per the demands of today and for the coming decades. I want to congratulate and richly express a big thank you to this organization, NAAC, who have all through the country put in very hard work and efforts with dedication to improve the quality of education, to ensure reaching out to every young person through quality enhancement of learning, of education, of mental, physical development of young people. And that is the reason why NAAC today has become the lighthouse of quality. Not only that, I have seen the passion and dedication in the leaders of NAAC, how they are always available. They are working so hard, they hardly have any time, but they still go, they reach out to the institutions whenever people call them or they need their help. One such personality, Dr. Pon Mudiraj, today, he has impacted our working, our quality so much. And I want to thank you, Dr. Pon Mudiraj, for having spared your very, very precious time, traveling sometimes late nights, very early mornings to fulfill your commitments. And this seminar is being sponsored by NAAC itself. And so here we are looking at the framework, the revised framework, and how we can further develop the quality of education throughout our country. And I also want to compliment the IQAC members of Kanyamahavidyalaya and all the members, especially the senior members of our faculty, to always understand, to always organize such events. The importance of such events is well understood, internalized, and we constantly try to adapt to the new changes that are devised in the new framework, but by the best academic minds of this country. So now I wish all of you a very good day, a very fruitful day, all the participants from various institutions who have joined us. Thank you so much for being with us. And I hope that with our erudite scholars, this day is going to be very useful. My only appeal to everyone is that whatever we hear, we must keep noting down, and not only note down, but practice all that, practically implement all that in our day-to-day working in the classrooms and as we interact with the students. Thank you very much, everyone. And on to Dr. Madhumita. Thank you. You're not audible, Doctor.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for a very warm welcome address and for your incisive views. You've rightly said that NAAC, the lighthouse of quality, has a challenging role in nurturing the nurturers of new society. And I have the conviction that such seminars will play a pivotal role in this direction. Thank you so much, ma'am, yet again. Now, Dr. I deem it a singular honor to post all with the rich credentials of today's keynote speaker, Dr. B.S. Ponmudiraj, advisor NAAC, who commands exemplary respect in educational scenario. With a vast teaching experience of 28 years, Dr. Ponmudiraj has rendered his valuable services to institutions like Christ College, Bangalore, Loyola College, Chennai, and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Institute of Textile Management, Coimbatore. His administrative experience is equally imposing. Dr. Ponmudiraj's contribution to research arena is striking, publishing papers in journals and articles in books, presenting papers in international and national seminars, undertaking international research projects, being invited as resource person for giving valuable inputs during international and national conferences, speak volumes about his sagacity and intellect. Dr. Ponmudiraj's special interests are training of assessors for quality assurance. No wonder then that he has visited approximately 350 colleges and universities of India and many countries including United Kingdom, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Thailand, Australia, France, Cambodia, Belgium, and Nepal. Without much ado, I invite the former chairman of the Accreditation Committee, American International University, Bangladesh, trainer for Quality Assurance Workshop, Vietnam, and coordinator of many international delegations, Dr. B.S. Ponmudiraj, to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, Professor Atima, for this warm welcome and kind introduction. Can I share the screen? The screen sharing is there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it's there. You can.
Sharing, kindly bear with me. I'll take a minute. Kindly bear with me.
That's fine, doctor. You take your time.
I got it.
It
Screen
isn't
share.
visible.
You permitted me to share the screen. Am I right?
Yes, we have permitted you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'm just checking. Still, it is. Is it visible?
Yes, I think so. This is, yes.
Is it moving? Slides are moving?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, doctor. Great.
Thank you. Sorry for that 1 minute delay. I wish this national level seminar, NAAC sponsored, grand success and a lot of deliberations from people who have logged in live in case of social media of Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, as well as in our regular platform, the Zoom platform, the other platforms which the college is hosting. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me. And I would like to talk about the NAAC process of assessment and accreditation, which most of you are aware of it. But I'll go into the details of the quality assurance process, preparation of self-study report AQAR, how this data validation verification happens. This is the crux. People have a lot of doubts about documentation, document uploading, and the clarifications. And then finally, I'll take up some question and answers. And this is what is my content or the frame of in which what I wanted to talk to you on the revised accreditation framework of the NAAC process of assessment accreditation. I need not go into the details of why NAAC is accredited for the orders and established in 16 September 1994. We are at headquartered at Bangalore. We have an office in Delhi, and we so far accredited 14,000 institutions. Other people are still coming forward with so many universities and colleges, and with the NEP in place, NEP by the Honorable Cabinet of India on 29 July 2020. So everybody is looking for a lot of changes, and the UGC is coming with regulations, multiple entry, multiple exit has come with the ABC. We talk about NAD, National Academic Depository, and all the others. You're a prestigious institutions, and you talked about as a torchbearer of quality. So we play our role for the higher education institutions to enhance quality in our own predetermined criterion way. So this is what I wanted to talk about NAAC, the National Assessment Accreditation Council, NAAC. We are an autonomous body of the University Grants Commission. You're aware of that. And what is our role in the quality assurance? So people, we receive also many people after first cycle, second cycle, third cycle. There is a gap because due to leadership, due to management, due to IQAC, and due to various reasons. Now people say due to COVID. Due to COVID, even extensions we have been giving due to COVID for the deadlines and for the extensions of the validity of accreditation. And some colleges are transition. There are affiliated colleges, prestigious colleges. Now they get autonomous status, and for them we have been extended. Nonetheless, people are coming towards forwards for subsequent cycle, first cycle, second cycle, third cycle, fourth cycle, fifth cycle. Now people are due for fifth cycle. Now, very important at a macro level on my first slide, which I wanted to speak is whenever people wanted to come for subsequent cycle, like a license renewal, a passport renewal, people have to come at least during the last 6 months so that they can carry forward the first cycle accreditation report and grade. Though I spoke about COVID extension and autonomous transition extension, which we are giving. Okay, now why the reason? We have to look at the reasons why people are not coming forward. I'm not talking about the remaining so many colleges who have not come forward, 50,000 or whatever the number, 40,000, 30,000, the number of colleges who have not even initiated for first cycle. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who have come for first cycle. Some people are not coming after accreditation. After 5 years, they're supposed to come for second cycle. Second cycle institutions, after second cycle, supposed to come for third cycle. Third cycle completed 5 years, people at the 4th year and 6th month has to submit IAQA for 4th cycle. This continuity doesn't happen. One of the reasons which I could see is the role in the preparation of SSR itself. This is applicable for people who are first time preparing, how to prepare SSR, the IQAC. It is applicable for people who are not coming regularly. Why there is a gap? very important is the decentralization, democratization of your committees. If there are 200 teachers in your colleges, all the 200 teachers should be in the committee with non-teaching staff, supporting staff, technical staff, management representatives with a specific criteria. This is very, very important. When I say I jumped into the fourth bullet, what is called criterion-wise committees. Straight. But there is a first bullet in my second slide where there is a management initiative. The management takes the initiative in telling what happened to our DSTs, DPTs, what happened to DST Fest, what happened to our CPE, first phase, second phase, college with excellence, what happened to IOE, Institute of Eminence, green category, other categories, what are the UGC schemes, what are the Government of India schemes, state government schemes. So the management takes initiative based on inputs from a core group or the principal or a group of people in consultation. Then the principal who takes the initiative, take it forward, he or she take it forward to the institutions. Here comes IQAC, my third bullet, because very important. People say, people who got first cycle A grade, second cycle A plus, third cycle A grade, fourth cycle people are getting C grade, C grade. Why? Because people say, no, people have retired. No, good people have retired. Management has changed. Yeah, there is no continuity, consistency. We all know the issues. This is where the internal quality assurance cell has to play a role. People may come, people may go. People may come, people may go, but institutions, institutionalization is very important. I've seen many people out of experience, thanks for the introduction of 28 years and 26 years at NAAC with 32 years. I've seen it with the people telling, sir, the previous coordinator has taken the certificate and the score sheet. So kindly give us a copy. Sir, we don't have a copy of the peer team report. We wanted to have action taken report for the next cycle. Please give us a copy of the peer team report. We understand due to many people, some people, not many, some people, few people write to us. So due to floods, due to other reasons of building evacuations, we have lost our accreditation certificates and peer team report. We understand this, but not the other way around, not otherwise. So ladies and gentlemen, my second slide is the crux of all the intricacies. So there should be there is nothing, it's not a top secret. Everybody can have a copy. You can put it in your intranet. We have put on the website. We have put on our NAAC website. So institutional PTR, score sheet, and all the documents, whatever you think it is public, please put in public. This is what even NEP talks about. Public disclosure policy of the Government of India. Publicly you disclose whatever is you think it is not confidential. But still as an aided college, UGC gives, the state government gives, the university gives for public disclosure. What should be on the website? The statutory body gives. These are the things which you should put on the website, including the RTI. So very important is by the management, the principal, the internal quality assurance cell. Again, people ask, sir, there are horrible court cases. Who should be the IQAC coordinator? NAAC gives broad guidelines. NAAC gives broad guidelines. Ma'am, I'm Sharma. Am I audible? Am I audible? My voice is clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. So,
yes, sir, very much clear.
Thank you, ma'am. So this is where when you come for first, second, third, fourth, immaterial. People who are associated with NAAC will know earlier, first accreditation is different from second cycle. We called it re-accreditation. As on today, 28 years, 16th September, we are coming to 2022 of the establishment of NAAC. We don't differentiate first cycle, second cycle, third cycle, fourth cycle, fifth cycle. Last 5 years, what is your performance? So, in the IQAC, people may take 2 years, 1 year. What is the guidelines? Who should be the IQAC coordinator? Who should be in the IQAC? Is the criterion-wise committees has to be permanent for all the 5 years, 20 years, 30 years? Or we can change the criterion-wise committees. IQAC coordinators are changed. Criterion-wise committee can be changed. These are all internal questions. NAAC will give you broad guidelines. Internal problems, internal issues. The quality of Kanyamahavidyalaya is with KMV, not with NAAC. Not with NAAC. NAAC is an external quality assurance agency facilitating you to the performance evaluation. That's a corollary. But we assess you based on your last 5 years' performance. Of course, the performance has a grading and marking. This you must be very, very clear. People say, sir, NAAC accreditation, A grade, A plus, A plus plus. I would like to demystify the value. Your performance, people should know. Your performance, your society should know. Immediate neighborhood. All your programs, your courses, your extension activities through the media, to different other social medias, including your performance of your extension activities, your NSS, NCC, and all your courses, small courses based on Swayam Portal or all your own courses. So your immediate neighborhood should know. It's a kind of a marketing of the college. So very important in the preparation of quality sustenance, quality enhancement, assessment, accreditation. We use the word quality assurance. We are external, you are internal. So kindly, I am giving you a structure, suggesting, not giving you, suggesting, based on experience, have criterion-wise committees. Involve all the faculties. Don't put, if there are 210 teachers in the college, including aided, self-financing, self-supporting, ad hoc, visiting faculty, don't put 210 divided by 7. It is a PR and HR exercise. You have to formation of these committees is the success story of any colleges. Either you prepare for DST, DBT, UGC, autonomy, or for any committees you make, participative approach, taking all the faculties and supporting staff together. So formation of the committee, criterion third committee. So for example, research, innovations, and extension. There are 210 teachers. So you wanted to have 30 teachers, 30, or how many teachers are 28? So it is not divided by 2. It is not straight jacketed mathematics. So what you must do is, you must find out people with some internal analysis who are good in research, who are good in making reports, who are good in extension, who are good in innovation, innovative teaching, innovative student activities, innovative cultural program, basically innovative extension, innovative teaching and research. Then those people should be in the committee. You cannot say, no, sir, all the 210 teachers of jack of all trades. Everybody knows everything. Then there is a difficulty. So because everybody wants to be in third criteria, I want to be in third criteria and first criteria. I'm just talking about the second slide, which is a very important slide according to me. Every college, whether you're a A++ or a C grade or a B grade or 1.51, this is the crux of the story. You must know how to form the committees. Formation of committees, criterion-wise committees. Departmental committees is very, very easy. I am in the English department. There are 10 people. All the 10 people are in the Department of English Committee. The HOD can be maybe the co-chairperson or chairperson, whatever you can call. And the criterion-wise heads you can call, or you can give some nomenclature. We suggest something, it's only a guideline. So this is a very important. This is not just like that. All notification should be there. Documentation should be there. Whose criterion-wise committee, to committee, documentation, notice board, internal communications. All should be available with IQAC. So everybody should know. Dr. Poonam, she is in which department, which committee she is in. Everybody should know each other. This is the success story, corollary of quality assurance. Very important of assessment accreditation. Let me go slowly to the next one. Everybody knows, and the slide moving, doctor? Slide is moving, I suppose. G?
So, yes, sir, it is moving.
Yeah. So we know the new criteria, key indicators, and weightages. Very important, the framework. You must also see in our website, we have posted, our chairman is prepared, a co-author of many multiple authors have authored a white paper on higher education quality assurance accreditation based on NEP. So the people ask us, sir, whether the manual will change, this will change. Yes, we will wait for the new things to come. But as on date, because many people after looking at the white paper on the website asked us, sir, whether the manual is changing, whether we have to wait for the new manual, binary accreditation, no grading, graded autonomy, something. So, or like this, we have to go with the existing manual for subsequent cycle. People ask us through different issue management system, through phone calls, through emails, they ask us. As on date, this is the manual which you are following. If you are a medical college, dental college, or an affiliated college, or an autonomous college, or an university, the criteria remains the same. You are aware of it. Only the key indicators differ for medical colleges, dental colleges, open universities, Sanskrit university, different universities and different colleges, teacher education. But by and large, I hope the audience are autonomous colleges and affiliated colleges. There's a subtle difference between all the 14 manuals. You all know that. Domain specific is little. Domain specific questions are little. Now, criterion 1, curriculum, curricular aspects. Criterion 2 is teaching, learning, and evaluation. Criterion 3, research, innovations, and extension. Criterion 4, infrastructure and learning resources. Criterion 5, student support and progression. Criterion 6, governance, leadership, and management. Criterion 7, institutional values and best practices. Now, very important. I told you repeatedly in many forums, people try to copy. What they copy? I copy from my old self-study report. I'm coming for 4th cycle. I take my 3rd cycle report and cut and paste. This is not a good exercise. Okay? Your logo, motto, that also may change. But if it is there, it's okay. Logo, vision, mission, motto, coat of arms, the objectives, specific objectives, general broad objectives, it's fine. But that also you can take from your prospectus, diary, calendar, and all your website and the other documents. But second part, people try to copy from the neighborhood colleges. This is not a copying exercise. This is a self-study report. I study myself, self-study. Please appreciate the philosophy of NAAC. You study yourself. You study yourself, where you are started, where you are going, where are you now. This is all about NAAC. Where you have started, where you want to go, where are you now. Vision, mission. Mission is to go. Vision is far-sighted. What is the strategies, deployment you have? 6th criteria. I will take up all the words and mix with all my matrices, qualitative and quantitative. So this is a broad 7 criteria. You would have seen your old score sheet, 1st cycle score sheet, 2nd cycle score sheet, 3rd cycle score sheet, peer team report 1, 2, 3, self-study report 1, 2, 3. All your documents are with you. Then why you wanted to look at other colleges and other universities and other data? Okay, now come to the framework. You will find out this is the beautiful framework. We have 1000-point scale. Now I am slowly going into like a NEET examination. How to score high marks? 715 out of 720, 720. So how to score a good marks? Though I was just demystifying in my previous 3 slides. But nonetheless, focus is on quality. Not I should get, I should get 3.76, highest in the country. Good, nothing wrong in aiming highest. Like dreaming His Excellency, the former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. dream big, dream high. Yes, fine. But there are ways and means, not for the sake of NAAC, for the sake of quality, for the sake of your college, for the sake of excellence. Because everybody looks at number, which we can opt out, where we can get more score, where will be the denominator will go wrong, why the next college DVV is accepted and our college DVV is not accepted. You do not know what are the documents they have submitted. People only keep on telling, not a complaint, but a feedback, sir, same data they have given. They have given in the spreadsheet, but DVV is accepted, the Excel spreadsheet. But documents you have not seen. What documents at that point of time? It is 10-1 is the examination. 10-1, you have written the examination. Now everything is in public domain. So you cannot get the white paper or an additional paper and give it to your supervisor. You do not know 10-1 what has happened in the DVV at that particular 3 hours, 7 days. What documents were given? People ask me, wherever I go for, I'm asking before the question answer session, I myself raising questions. So, sir, that college has given in 3.1.2. That document is available in the SSR. It is in public domain. But the DVV is accepted. For my college, it is not accepted. People talk to us. So when the DVV checks the additional information, the information sought, information question answer sought is not there with you all. Only the SSR is completely with links are in the public domain. So the examination, very important, that point of time. So coming back to my slide on criterion wise, anything audible? Dr. Poonam, Dr. Atima?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
And clear. Yes.
Thank you, because it is a, we are all offline and online, and this online, we have to be always face to face. We have to just check it and to
You are
help.
a very good teacher, sir. Yeah, you are teaching us very well.
But the involvement and passion we can feel while you're sitting in Bangalore, it was so energizing, and your usual energy is right here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Atima. Thank you for this in-between interaction. Otherwise, it is monotonous. Okay, Dr. Poonam Sharma has come. Thank you. Ma'am, this is regarding, I'm supposed to start at 10:20, end at 11:20. But I started much before. So now the time is, we are time conscious people. I will try to stop in another 15 minutes. Okay, 10:37. By 52, I'll stop. Let us see the time framework, how it goes. Otherwise, organizers can tell me when I should stop. I will stop it. Okay, please. Let us be time conscious, because other speakers will be waiting. Okay, let me be back to my slide. So look at the second criteria. Look at the second criteria. 350 marks. How good is your teaching? Senior most, junior most, middle level people, not the mediocre, middle level people. How we have FDPs? How do you have PDPs? How we all go, within the country for seminars, conferences, webinars, symposiums, exhibitions. How do you present papers, poster presentation, whether that has come as a proceedings with ISBN, ISSN, publications, teaching. I'm mixing up 2 and 3. I'm mixing up 2 and 3. 460 weightage, 460 marks into 4. To all your teachers in the last 5 years, going out, going to Jalandhar, within Jalandhar, going to Amritsar and coming back, Ludhiana, going to Chandigarh for any conferences, seminars, without foregoing your primary job of teaching and research. You cannot see on going around. I'll go to US, UK, Europe, everywhere across the country, but I don't do teaching. No, you have to balance. You have to do your work, then go around for as a resource person. Go as a resource person. Go as a presenter. Go as a presenter. Go as a presenter. Go as a participant. Interact with people. Networking. Projects. The college to college projects, college to college joint publication, intra projects, sociology with economics combined with other colleges doing publication. So this is how we grow. The neighborhood also grows. Not that I alone should get A++. My neighboring colleges should get only B++. So this is how the corollary, that should not be. Don't misquote me. Okay. because of the language. Now, coming back to second criteria and third criteria, I'm not touching first more because we talk about internship, we talk about 1.1.1, 1.3.1, about graduate attributes, program outcomes, program specific outcomes, course outcomes, module outcomes, unit outcomes. Unit and module we don't ask. Okay, I'm talking about curriculum framework. If you're an autonomous college, have you ever mapped with attainment in fifth criteria, with first criteria, with second criteria? 3 questions are there, 3 metrics interrelated for autonomous college, 1.1.1. So you must be very clear. I'm going into the intricacies like a 10th standard, 12th standard student. So metric wise, I'm not asking tomorrow the metrics may change. People say, sir, whether NAAC will be there, UGC will be there, this will be there, the NEP is coming, new bodies are coming. Whomever is there or not, somebody will evaluate you or you evaluate yourself. 500-year-old colleges and universities are there in the world. They do teaching, they do research, they do community engagement, what we call NSS, NCC extension activities. Some infrastructure is there. So somebody will evaluate, internal audit, external audit, some mechanism of accreditation, quality assurance will be there. They will ask some questions, whether qualitative or quantitative. They will see your performance. How did you perform well? Individually, collectively. Controller of examinations, registrar, principal, principal's office. So this is in a nutshell about the second and third criteria. I'll go into the little bit details also. Student support, very important. Student support. For how do you support your students? Yes, sir. Government of India gives SC, ST, OBC, MBC, single girl child scholarship, penny scholarship. Government of India, state government, university, some fellowships are there, sir. Freeships are there, scholarships are there, sir. For teachers as well as research scholars as well as for students. Even for DSc, DLED, postdoctoral fellows, there are some fellowships, sir. Good. Do the management give you some scholarships and fellowships where it comes means, or for the poorest of the poor, or for NCC, NSS or cultural program activities? So this is about from the management, from the philanthropists, from the non-government agencies, non-government organizations, and non-government bodies, NGOs, government bodies. So this is, I'm just swapping in between so that based on weightages, somebody will note it down. Why sir touched the second criteria, went to third criteria, now jumped to fifth criteria. I told you 10th standard, 12th standard student. So it is 140 marks, 140 points into 4. So you will get 560 if you get 4 out of 4, if your performance is well. So fifth criteria. So we need a complete mapping, batch-wise results, semester-wise results, whether university or your controller of examination of an autonomous college. Number of question papers set, question banks, modus operandi, modality of evaluation reforms, second criteria. What is the evaluation pattern? Have you ever done some remarks or some kind of reforms based on your feedback from teachers in sociology department? No, sir. Whether controller has had a discussion with sociology department regarding the pattern of evaluation, which has gone to the board of moderation, board of evaluation, and boards of studies. I think autonomous college people are there. So I take 2-3 minutes for this. So this is very important, very essential. So when you talk about this fifth criteria, when you talk about student support, student progression, semester to semester, 3 years program in 3 years, 4 years program in 4 years, 2 years program in 2 years. Now, as a good, I said corollary, mathematical term we all use. This question we don't ask. Many things what I'm sharing, not many things, some of the things which I'm sharing like unit outcomes, module outcomes, we don't ask. But good colleges have this. So as a college, as a prestigious college, as an A++ college, as a A-grade college, CPE college, what are you doing with your failures? This question we don't ask. We have not asked. It is not part of evaluation. But when the team comes, you can always say, these are the additional features we do in fifth criteria. I have seen a best practice is one of the colleges. I am not creating myself. One college, 3 people have failed in MSc mathematics. 2 years, they didn't do in 2 years. Only one paper. The alumni association of that department, not college, the alumni association of that department went to those 3 people who have failed in 2 papers. They have completed 2 years program over. They came for the 3rd year, only for that paper. They came and sat in that particular hour alone. 6 months, you can say waste of time. That is critical view. Other view, these 3 persons came and sat only for those 2 papers whenever the class happened, free of cost. And they cleared the paper. 100% result, perhaps not 2 years and 2 years, only for these 3 boys, 2 paper arrear, they completed in the 5th semester. They're supposed to complete in 4 semesters in 4. I was very, very impressed by this. Very impressed by this. No marks for this. No marks for NAAC. No marks in this. Perhaps you want to report it in best practices, you can report. So these are the simple best practices which we can learn from C grade, B++ colleges. You need not always look at A++. That is good. Always look at the top one to learn. When you look at other colleges also, we can avoid learning certain things and we can also pick up learning. So this is about 2nd criteria and 5th criteria. 140 marks. Participation. Very important is students' participation. So make mentor-mentee. One question on 2nd and 5th. Sir, we have 210 teachers. All are mentors, sir. Good. All teachers are mentors. We agree. Teachers. Just now, Teachers' Day. Belated wishes to everyone. Guru. Rabbi, we call. Guru. Teacher. Now, did they go for underwent some training from PGI Chandigarh? Or from any good, I will not say psychological counseling, counseling psychology, or a good educationist from the media, or within the teaching. Some of you may be an experts in the field. Internal. We respect internal expertise. Did they undergo a training of how to counsel? What is mentor-mentee? What is tutor-watch system? What do you mean by mentor-mentee system? What do you mean by counseling? Personal counseling, career counseling, psychological counseling, guidance. Did they undergo a training of 2 days, 7 days, 1 day, 10 to 1, whether certificates are issued, whether they are qualified? Then you say all the 200 teachers are mentor-mentees. In the SOPs, we don't ask, so don't mix up and misquote me. The SOPs, we ask the standard operating procedure or students allotted to each teacher. Thank you, G. Audibility. Dr. Harleen Singh Ji. Dr. Harleen Singh, can you hear me? Harleen? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. So this is what is important for us. The remaining marks are getting distributed as 100, 100, 100. 100 in curricular aspects, though I touched. 100 for governance, leadership and management. 100 for institutional values and best practices. Sir, Ponmuduraj sir, you missed one criteria. 4th. It is not like purposely I missed so that the audience from there will ask me. Anyhow, due to this technological thing, we have very important. All these things are important. We believe, even I told you several examples. I have seen people teach MSc, biotechnology, microbiology under the banyan tree to dance and music, science. So with certain then saying all these things, infrastructure is important. 100 points. How good is your classroom? How good are your labs, equipments, maintenance, budget of maintenance? How good all your library, 4.2 library, 4.1 physical facilities, 4.3 IT infrastructure. Since I know by heart, I am talking about this. You also may be knowing 4.3.1, 4.2.1, 4.2.2. Sir, because NAAC is asking, sir, those colleges are sending every student every day to library. No problem, let them go. You also send all your children. 3,000 children to the library morning, you send them. Let them read newspapers. Sir, they're doing for the sake of NAAC. No issues. Afterwards, they will learn something. They will go through employment news. They will go through some textbooks. They will go through some reference books. Make a habit. Put in a timetable. Library hours. Make children to visit. All teachers to visit the library. Library. Temple of learning. Sir, we have remote access. In the hostel, we can access. In the halls, in the park, we can access. No problem. Wi-Fi enabled. Very good. Very good. Allow them to log in and not sleep. Orient them. Don't tutor them. Don't tutor. Orientation. Including student satisfaction survey. Orient them. Distribute the forms. Get the feedback. Change yourself. Management, teachers, departments, controller, principal's office. Principal's office. Accessibility. Very important. Some people have time schedules like schools. Some people say anybody can walk in through anyone provided the principal is free. Some people say, why you have to meet the principal? It is completely decentralized. What is the necessity for a student or a teacher? Everything is handled by yourself, unless and otherwise which cannot be solved by the grievances, by this committee, that committee, other committee. You come to the principal. Fine. All models are available. Which is best suited for KMV or the other government colleges. You decide and suit your model. Very important. On the governance, leadership and management. How you manage your affairs. Democratic setup. No monopoly. Decentralization. Documentation. What is the purpose? Time management. Committees. Staff councils. Departmental meetings. How do you govern yourself? Leadership, making leadership very important. People say, sir, I went to Hawaii, sir, I went to US, I went to Harvard for the leadership program, UCF. Very good, very good. These type of trainings will help you through different leadership programs if you undergo. It will make you, par excellent. Encourage all the youngsters and middle-level people to take up this leadership, documentation, leadership, qualities, taking people along, plus doing our work. Now, the seventh criteria, which I would like to touch. I said 11:52, I will stop. Now the time is 11:52. I'll take 2-3 minutes. Okay, though I have more time till 11:20 or 11:10. Okay, this is fine. Ruchika, you're with us? Can you hear me, Dr. Ruchika? No, you're not unmuted. No problem. Perhaps there is no permission.
Doctor, they are all sitting in the hall. So
okay. Because
don't have access to
I have to call names to find out whether people, audio, video, everything. Dr. Vinod, I suppose, Navrit, all are there. Okay, thank you. Seventh criteria, institutional values and best practices. People ask me, several seminars, webinars, YouTube lectures, sir, what is the best practice? So we give midday meal scheme. Is it a best practice? So every teacher use pedagogy, use ICT. Is it a best practice? NAAC does not define best practice. Internationally, people ask us. Internationally, it is known as good practices, healthy practices. In NAAC, we use the word best practices. Okay. What is best according to KMV? You can record it in our format. But you must deliberate. Internal wisdom. We believe in your internal 200 teachers' wisdom, intellect. You discuss department-wise, IQAC, principal, then discuss and tell this is our best practice. There are 20 best practices. Last 4 cycles, we have reported this. This cycle, we can report this. You come out with a model. what you have been doing for the last 5 years, 2 years, 3 years, 1 year. You borrowed from the next college. No problem. You've adapted, and you will continue. That is what the team would like to see. So this is what, though I have the next following slides, I just wanted to go to DVV. All this I have explained. I'll send the presentation. Please circulate among yourself. These are the internal weightages which I touched upon. Curriculum design and implementation, planning and implementation for affiliated colleges. Design and curriculum design is for autonomous colleges. So in 2.7, there is a student satisfaction survey. This is very, very important. From 1st June 2022, the questions are 55. People who are listening, please note. We have made easy, very, very easy for assessment accreditation. We are editing the AQR also and all the manuals, but autonomous and affiliate universities are same. Only affiliated colleges, it is very, very reduced from 300 to 126 to 105 to 79 to 55 questions. Only 35 questions for affiliated colleges without compromising on quality. So I touched all the points. 7.3, that alone I left. That is left to you. People say, sir, I am in Churu, I am in Ladakh, I am in Brahmaputra, I am in Manipur, I am in Maram, border, Burma border. So we have a problem. We have an issue of first generation learners. We have a socially, all our women, first generation learners, poorest of the poor, economically poor. So what is the institutional distinctiveness? 7.3.1. Only one question we ask in 7.3. 7.2 already I touched. So everything I touched, except left 7.3.1, and I left one more, what is called 5.4 alumni. Old students, I left it. These two key indicator I left, though I didn't talk about the questions. Let me little 2-3 minutes on I wanted to talk about DVV. So this is a simple question. I skipped a simple question. The question is, how many teachers are having qualification of PhD, Doctor of Medicine, MCH, Super Specialty, DSc, Postdoctoral, DLET, NET, SLET, SET? Simple question. You're going to give numbers, last 5 years data. It's an example. Okay. This is our SOP. You have given a data. I'll just take, this is a crux of the story of SSR. You have given 2019-20 out of 210 teachers. Sir, where did you get this number? Some example, hypothetical, imaginary. 210 teachers, 32 teachers are having this qualification. For example, PhD. The college is given. So this goes, the entire self-study report, including QLM, everything, full report, 120 pages, goes to the third-party data validation verification partner. You do not know them, they do not know you. No phone calls, no emails, only portal-based application, portal-based within the stipulated time of 7 days. Whatever the time the portal gives, you have to respond. You have to say, they have said 32 teachers, you have said, and sorry, the college in the self-study report, it is called higher education input, higher education institution input. They said 32. And DVV, they will say, no, you have only 30 teachers. They do not know, but you have provided the list of 210 teachers with their qualifications, date of joining, date of relieving, how many years in your college, how many years in the previous experience, how many days and months they are in your college. Based on that, they are saying 30 teachers are there. 2 teachers are not having full-time teachers as per standard operating procedure. 90% of the workload for 1 year. So you have only 30 teachers with PhD out of 210. Then like a Honorable High Court, a chance is given to you. You will say, Kanyamahavidyalaya, KMB Jalandhar will say, higher education clarification input. Exact verbatim names I have put in the DVV. They'll say, no, sir. DVV, you say whatever you want. Actually, I have 32 teachers with PhD as per standard operating procedures. All the documents, 32 teachers PhD and all the DVV data template Excel spreadsheet I have uploaded. Perhaps by oversight, you did not look at it. Again, I am uploading. It is not in Google Drive. It is not in Amazon One. It is not in cloud. It is in our NAAC portal and a link with KMV website. You can check, sir. Like that, you have to type politely, not a full letter with a link. Again, you have to tell, this is what you have done. Then finally, the DVV will say, yes. You are right. There are 32 teachers with PhD out of 200 teachers. They may agree, or they may say 310 teachers are there, or they may say 11 teachers are there. That is based on SOP and your documents. It's not they like you, they do not like you. Based on documentation. This is all about DVV. For the peer team visit, QLM, qualitative metrics, Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Honorable Professor and the Principal will come to validate that remaining 30, 32, 36 metrics. Again with the guidelines. It is not that 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. You all know the benchmarks, which is, you all know means you know how the benchmarks are. You do not know what is the benchmarks. Based on these inputs, you will get either 0, 1, 2, 3 or 4. Thank you. I'll stop here. God bless. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind. Thank you so much, Dr. Bonmandiraj. It was really very impactful, and your, as I said earlier, your usual energy is exuded through your very presence, which is reaching out to us. And I'm all now, in full swing to deal with the things that might have been neglected at some stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I just want to
Thank
know
you
whether
so
everybody was able to hear. That's the only.
Yes, sir. It was indeed very spirited and
I
informative.
see 3 pages, more than some 60, 80 people. So I can see Harlan Singh. So I'm repeatedly asking Harlan, Dr. Harlan Singh, whether you are able to see me. Okay. Thank you.
So we had
Thank you,
muted
Dr.
everyone. Yes. Sir, though it was a very, very crystal clear presentation, but we may have some queries and questions. I hope you're all set to take them up.
Yeah.
So, yes, let's see.
Good morning, sir. Very nice talk. Of course, it's always very nice to hear you and learn many things. Whatever we know is always less. There are one confusion and one question. So first of all, I will ask the confusion while filling AQR. So there is a question related to percentage change of syllabus. For that, we have to take the year in which syllabus was changed and discussed, because Board of Studies and Academic Council is held like 1 year before or one session before. That year has to be counted, or the year in which it is implemented, that year has to be counted. Please explain.
Yeah, you can go ahead to the second one. I'm just noting it down.
Yes, sir. And the second question is that the central grants, for example, Department of Science and Technology gives the money for FIST, but one component is research. Like Curie, it is for research, primarily for research, but it is a central grant. Can they be counted under research projects sanctioned to college?
Yes, ma'am. Second, ulta pulta, second question. Yes, please put it. It should be considered as per SOP. Check the SOP also. Coming to your first question, first confusion. I have a syllabus from 2011 to 17, 6 years. Okay. 2017, in the even semester, boards of studies, they have changed.
Yes, sir.
But it is implemented in 2018 odd semester. Practical problem, you're hitting the nail on the head. So in our database, the DVV data template Excel DVV data template Excel spreadsheet, we are asking the year of introduction. So you have to give 2016 till 17, there was a different syllabus. 17, it was approved in the boards of studies. Implementation, we have not asked. Because like autonomy, sometimes you're getting around September or October. So you're implementing in the next year, because it is after June you're getting the letter. So we do understand. So please go by the DVV data template, especially with the AQAR and with the self-study report. Good confusion, good question, ma'am. Hope it is clarified.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
People are also on online, I suppose. Many people are online. I can see
Yes,
some.
yes. There are groups sitting together. You are on a bigger screen.
My
Oh.
request to the participants, please raise up your hands electronically and we will unmute you. So please raise up your hands electronically. Put on the view ko badha do. View kar do na upar. Or you can drop the questions in chat box. So we
Yeah.
can
Hope their audio and video and network upload, download, speed connectivity is good. Otherwise, you can pick up the question. If the network is good, you can unmute them.
There is a message in chat box.
I think this is a side effect of a very good teacher, that one leaves very few doubts over there, and but for the observations or compliments, one is not left with many doubts.
Dr. Atima, on a lighter side, that means whatever I spoke went above their heads also.
No, it's not that. I can assure you, because this is so much down to earth and so much hands down things that you have talked about.
We have one question, please.
Yeah. I am also seeing the question I could. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, I have one question, that if we change syllabus of one paper, 50% syllabus is changed, and that program has, say, 6 courses, then how to calculate the overall percentage change?
Okay, this is that I use a word in between. It's not a straight jacketed mathematics. That's what I use in between. So there is a course, what we call paper or a subject in MSc fashion design or whatever it is. So there are 4 semesters. Each has 8 papers, 8 courses. So 32 courses. One course on 4th semester. We have some units and modules or paragraphs. We call units and modules in a syllabus. So the SOP says, it talks about program revision. See the question of that means in 32 papers, even one course, minimum percentage, 20% or 30% has changed. You can say that program has been revised. Normally, boards of studies touch each one. If you touch each of the courses and it comes to the 30%, then you can always say it is about 30%. Renaming of the paper, just renaming one paper, apparel design, or something into a different name, or rechristening, that cannot be counted. That cannot be counted as revision. Revision is deleting, inserting, or new syllabus. So please go through that. If I'm right, that question is about syllabus revision of programs, not courses. Of course, programs as courses. Good question, ma'am. Very good.
So there are 2 columns actually. One is there, what is the percentage change in the course, and second, that is course wise, that we normally calculate. And then in the next column, it is program change, percentage change in the
program. You have to put each percentage, 10%, 2%, 3%, then there will be a total for each program.
Sir, my question is...
No, it is, sorry, can I? There is a, doctor, there is the questions, as one can well understand, that they are eliciting overlapping responses, many of them. So sometimes, I feel, because of, after all, education is like, they are not silos. You have to mention student support in some of the other, areas, and likewise. So we often feel that, oh, that has been written there, so why should we repeat it? But do you think that if its relevance is there, it should be fine to repeat certain things in the other criterion as well?
Professor Atima, this is a very good point, what you said just now. As today, kindly repeat it. What you're giving is you're giving feedback on our DVV data template Excel spreadsheet. Your feedback, you please give us separately. We will take cognizance of it, because many of these feedbacks, we are changing our data template also. We have combined 2-3 matrices together to asking only one template. What you have suggested is a feedback, and the revision, it may be in 2-3 places. Kindly report it in 2-3 places also. Yes. If it is in MSc fashion design, MSc chemistry, I got 2 parts of one is your feedback, other one is in what you talk about the silos. Okay. Right. Got it. Very good, madam. Very good.
Sir, my question is related to research category. Among that, the lot of emphasis is given on H index, citation, and so on. But if we move outside the sciences, not in humanities particularly, it's very difficult to get like their papers, H index, citation index, and so on. So very less number of papers are reported in this category. So how we can like work upon that? Because for humanities, languages, they are not in Scoopers. It is not possible to calculate their H index or citation indexes. But for the multidisciplinary college, they contribute a lot. So their contributions
It's
can
a very, very positive point where NAAC has been repeatedly looking into it, looking into this particular aspect. And we had a stakeholders feedback also. Again, this is one kind of a feedback which is repeatedly coming. NAAC is trying to take cognizance of. But when we deliberated with this people, with InflipNet, with UGC, Careless, CP, and other people, there are humanities and social sciences and languages journals included in the UGC Careless. It's a huge list. It's a huge list. Please go through it. So people try to, I'm not trying to, sorry, forgive me for the words, if they're trying to escape or, put that in the name of languages and social sciences. No, we are taking cognizance of it, especially languages, English, or we can take Punjabi literature, Kannada literature, Urdu literature, whatever it is. Very few are there compared to the science. That is your feedback. It is not at all there is not correct. It is not at all there is not correct. This is one part of the story. Second is the bibliometrics database of references, bibliometrics, H index, I index, Google Scholar, whatever you can talk about, the measurement of quality. People also say it is mostly science oriented, but need not be, because it is journal based. The citations, if you go through the H index, I index, all it is database and journal based. The simple statistics of how the H index is calculated. Now, number of papers with total number of citations with the respective through 30 index with 30. So we institutionally we get, individually you can get, and people do department wise. There is a huge database available. Coming to the UGC care list, everybody should understand this, please. UGC care list came out with which year it came out. Every year they remove, they add new. Sometimes it is repeated. So for API PBAS purposes, Career Advancement Scheme, MPhil and PhD, 2019-20, you published a paper. In 2019-20, it was recognized and it was there in UGC care list. 2021, it was removed. 21-22, it was again came back. 22-23, it is removed. This year is 22-23 academic year. NAAC will not consider. NAAC will not consider. Be very clear, because why UGC also careless, they are inserting, removing, it is based on their criteria of quality. They have a criteria of every year inserting, deleting, adding, and if you run a journal, please, I request people who are in the audience, if you run a journal, please apply to UGC. They are updating every year. They are appending the list to be included. It can be a literature journal, Punjabi journal, any journal. It can be a science journal in Punjabi language. No problem. Send it to UGC care list to be included. They are expanding. They are expanding. So your question is partially taken, madam. We are also looking into it regarding especially use of word humanities. No. Languages partially, it's okay, because unless you have to keep on adding the UGC care list. Humanities, there are huge. Harvard Business Review, everybody understands this language. HBR, it is by invitation. It is equivalent. It is like in social sciences and humanities, it is like nature. HBR. Everybody understands. Researchers, young people, middle-level people, senior people understands. Social science journals are there. Not that I am here in NAAC, I am trying to defend our metric, but NAAC is also reviewing all the metrics. When you want to give your feedback, please give feedback. As on today, that metric stands, ma'am. Good, ma'am. Very good.
Sir, I have a small question. Yeah. It's a clarification.
Go ahead. Please go ahead, Zakaria Saab.
Sir, regarding this 6 criteria, that is governance, leadership, and management, there's a confusion. Is it about the leadership and management, the role played by the management of the institution, or the leadership roles played by the faculty in the institution?
Sir, you are talking about the qualitative metrics. In 6
Yes.
criteria, maximum qualitative metrics are there. If you do an analysis, quantitative is very. Somebody can mute Kurana. Kurana's mic is on. Organizers, please mute. Dr. Yukti, please mute yourself. Yeah. Dr. Zakaria, very good question. Very good question. Maximum qualitative questions are there. When you talk about leadership in the sense, not the Vice Chancellor, Senate, Syndicate. You're from QSAT, Cochin University of Science and Technology, I suppose.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So it is not about the Vice Chancellor, Senate and Syndicate and the chairperson of the Boards of Studies Academic Council. It is a cascading effect of top to bottom. Leadership, shared accountability, shared responsibility. A newly joined, in a sense, a newly joined self-financing or appointed, contract-appointed teacher shares the responsibility of leadership. But given the philosophy, by and large, it revolves around the leadership role at the top level. Democratic management style, committees, all this has to be reported in the last 5 years. We talk about committees and the other things and all is QNM, FDPs, PDPs, money spent, all are QNMs, quantitative metrics. Qualitative on the leadership is by and large how the principal's office. I used to typically give an example. This question is not there. Please don't quote and misquote. A student I take an example of my the people are around in Ansraj and IKZ and KMB and government colleges, Panchkula and other people may be there. And I just want to ask a typical example of mine. If a student want a transfer certificate, contact certificate, within how many minutes you issue? It's very important. You can say, no, you log in and download. I am iFunda College. You log in and download the contact certificate, but accessibility is not given. Whether you do manually or IT, because they say go to the library, get node use certificates, go to the department, go and get node use from the laboratory in charge, go to the hostel, get node use. By the time that the concerned LDC or a clerk or whomever it is, or an officer, she or he is on leave, come tomorrow, day after tomorrow. So if we ask within how many minutes you give a certificate, we don't ask in NAAC. Okay. That's why I said, no, this is all quality parameters. So don't look at NAAC in a different horse eyes. It's beyond quality assurance. You can have your own criteria. Dr. Zakaria, excellent.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your explanation. Thank you very much.
If there are like more questions, then we can take from participants. Otherwise, I also have one or more questions. I think Deshmukh ma'am is joining. Yes.
KMB has more questions.
So we always have more questions.
Doctor. We don't mind another visit so that
Yes.
gobble up your full day with questions.
Sir, there is also one concern that why the parameters are not like reduced for autonomous colleges. For affiliating colleges, it is half, but autonomous and university, they are the same. It is not like fair enough with autonomous colleges.
Ma'am, NEP will be in place. That's why I talked about our chairman's white paper, which is on the website.
Yes.
There will be a paradigm shift because
Yes,
we have
sir.
to follow the NEP guidelines of public
Autonomous
disclosure.
colleges, they are going to have
There
bigger
could be
role.
QNMs, QLMs, otherwise there'll be a thought process of entirely going into assessing the quality assurance in a NEP
Sir,
framework.
You were asking about the transfers, so we maybe ma'am can also add that we have open account in ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. So I think this process is going to take a very quick.
Yeah,
We have
I
already
answered-
in the DigiLocker. We got a space in DigiLocker.
Excellent. Thank you for reminding this. I will make this as an announcement. NAAC has
Yes.
done 2 programs on behalf of Digital India Initiative and DigiDoc and NEGD. Please use NAD. Please register for ABC, colleges and other people. Wherever it is, people are watching live and all the media, social media, as well as in our platforms. Please find out what is this ABC. Please find out what is this multiple exit, multiple entry. Please find out NEGD, Digital India, NAAC, Academic Depository, and DigiLock. Please find out in all these seminars. Just Google it and find out. And why not I participate? Why not the department, the college? Please do participate. It's an earnest request from NAAC.
Yes.
I have to, Doctor, since we are talking about, systems and our earnest efforts, as you have your talk, the core has been the earnest efforts to increase the, we have to take the levels of higher education.
Ma'am, before we can, we have to start. Stuck. Internet issue. No. Actually, the whole system is blocked. Check करो क्यों है? नहीं 8:30 हुआ है ना, देखो please हो गया सारा. Okay.
I hope I made myself clear.
Yeah, ma'am. We are just, we do understand there are some issues, especially after NEP. Many states have asked some questions to us who are having a different kind of a challenges. Government of India and state governments are trying to sort this out in different area. But let me confine myself only to the questions you have asked.
Yes.
With different states, we are having some difficulty in giving their acceptance to the policies and things, and your question on related to NAAC alone.
Yeah, my concern is only that.
Yeah, understood. I got your point straight. Now we have asked, in fact, many of the governments which are yet to implement the NEP, and they ask us this question. We always tell we have not put in the evaluation framework. All these questions, whatever we ask in NEP is in the profile section, profile of the college, profile of the university. So in fact, 2 universities asked us from West Bengal also, and some of the colleges asked, so what do we fill up? Because the university has an issue, the government has an issue. We are an aided college of the government, where the government is having on NEP. We said we have asked, and there is not a question answer how you are prepared for NEP. So whatever you wanted to add, you add there. We tell them it is not part of evaluation. Evaluation is only QLMs and QNMs. Not even extended profile. You all understand our framework. Only this metrics is or evaluation. So the other domain, people, Ministry of Education, UGC, everybody is trying to sort that out at the ministry level with the state and the center together.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So,
Ma'am, a little bit, there's little bit technical hitch in the conference hall. Just 1 or 2 minutes. We are like this, adding up the participants.
so are we expecting, doctor, by the time the technical hitch is done, since I can hear you and you can hear me, are there any shifts that are coming up in the coming time? Are we expecting more policy changes at the level of NAAC?
No, ma'am, we have to follow NEP. NEP clearly talks about the National Accreditation Council, NAAC, under which it's one of the verticals of the Higher Education Council of India. Everybody understands this key, and 4 verticals. One of the verticals is a regulator, other one is a grants, Higher Education Grants Council, other one is General Education Council. The 4th one is called National Accreditation Council, NAAC. Under that, there will be an accreditation institutions, AI. So many will be there. So they will be doing accreditation. Whereas NAAC is a higher body which gives license to operate to this AIs. This may be, it has to come, yet to come. Policy is approved. It has to be implemented, and when it implements, it comes in different forms, and stakeholders' feedback will be sorted by the Honorable Parliament of India, and the bills will come up. Then we can provide our feedback, whatever positive feedback we wanted to give, so that it may be amended accordingly also. Before coming itself, they'll ask feedback.
Yes, I think that's a very democratic way of going ahead, and
that's a normal course, any bill comes up.
right. Thank you so much. Dr. Gopi, are we back?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank
you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs and for sparing your valuable time. And it will certainly help us bring tangible and intangible improvement in the educational scenario. Thank you so much, sir, for always guiding us so well. That is making KMV excel and strive further for excellence. Thank you for always being there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, doctor. And
Thank you, Dr. Atima. Thank you, Dr. Gopi.
For everything.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Dr. Deshmukh has joined.
Yes, sir.
I'm here.
Ma'am, can
Yeah,
we? Yes, please.
Very good morning. Very good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Deshmukh.
Very good morning. Very good morning. Just I have some meeting, so it's not possible for me to hear you. So. Yeah.
We have a
Very
record.
good morning, ma'am.
We can forward it to you.
Fatima ma'am, principal ma'am, and all my very nice my friends. Oh.
Thank you.
Very good morning.
Welcome, ma'am.
Namaste, sir.
Welcome. Thank you,
Namaste.
sir.
Ma'am,
Before
good
I
morning, Dr.
invite-
Gopi. One minute, Rajya, Dr. Deshmukh, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Pranam, sir ji. Ashirwad.
Ashirwad.
How are you?
Before I invite Dr. Samita Deshmukh for her address, let me acquaint all present with her signal erudition. Currently Principal, Matushri Vimlabai Deshmukh, Mahavidyalaya, Maharashtra, Dr. Samita is a name to reckon with. A sound administrator, she is an equally sound academician. It goes without saying that her expertise and erudition has been to the advantage of various bodies and institutions. She has worked in various capacities, including Dean, Academic Council, and Member Senate, Sant Baba, Amravati University, Amravati, NAAC Assessor, Executive Member NAAC, UGC Nominee, and Member Academic Advisory Committee, Nagpur University, SCT Observer for University of Andhra Pradesh Exam Center at Vishakhapatnam, UGC Nominee for College with Potential for Excellence at NS Patel Arts College, Gujarat, Member PG Research Board, University of Gondwana, Member UGC Nominee of Governing Council of SDNB College, Chennai, University of Madras. She is currently member of Expert Committee UGC to draft guidelines for the scheme of grants to colleges and rendering valuable services to the University of Mumbai in various capacities. She also has to her embellishment an international program of exchange of Indo-Japan culture organized by DB University, Japan. Well equipped with technical and communication skills, she has expertise in handling youth development work at national and international levels as well. We heartily welcome you, ma'am, and invite the recipient of Best Principal Award and Superwomen Principal Award to address the audience. Over to Dr. Samita.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Just I welcome wholeheartedly all the dignitaries. And please remember one thing, that we all are sailing in the same boat. And it's really a very wonderful opportunity for me to be with very loving Pon Mudiraj sir, Atima ma'am, and all your staff, teaching and non-teaching staff over here. Actually, when I go through the website, Atima ma'am, it's really wonderful. It's very happy to see all that you are the first institution in North India, the first college of University of Punjab. Just you are ranking very high, and India today has taken the cognizance of all your activities. So there is, I think, whatever may be the benchmarks of NAAC and the revised framework or in higher education, you are doing so well. At the outset, really, I congratulate one and all. And just I want to share my screen. Shall I?
Please.
Is it there? Yeah. So just I begin with my first slide over here. That teacher opened the door, but you must enter by yourself. I think Honorable Principal Dr. Atima ma'am already entered, and I can envisage the capacity and the potential of the staff members of the colleges. With the great powers comes with a great responsibility. When I go through the women empowerment at the Kanyamahavidyalayajalandha4178, and so that's in collaboration with the national level seminar on quality enhancement in the higher education revised accreditation framework. And I welcome wholeheartedly, this is in brief introduction, that nothing to do with that one. The person tries to give his own opinion or ideas through his own sanskara, through his own way of thinking, analytical thinking of mind, and it always comes in our mind through the power of education. So the teacher or the managers, I think that we are just facilitators rather than the dispensers of the knowledge. And always like the sentence by Nelson Mandela that he used to say that education is the most powerful weapon. Why I'm saying the weapon, that a pain is a weapon nowadays. We're not going to do the fight with each other with the help of only words. Not more than that, and the thoughts. And so this can change the world. And in front of me, there are only two things as being an academician, that education and future. These are the two important factors we are looking forward through NAP, through higher education, through NAAC. And you know that Swami Vivekananda always says that education is a manifestation of perfection already in man. And so the future depends on what you do. Actually, in NAAC, we always, because in the beginning, the template of the NAAC, core values are there. What are the values we'll see afterwards. And through these types of values, which type of achievement we are gaining. We sow a very positive seed that definitely will get the very positive results like that. So we can say the honorable ex-president of our you can say APJ Abdul Kalam, the dream transforms into thoughts and thoughts results to action. I think principal and all my conveners and IQC coordinator has seen the dream to see the college, autonomous college, being the first college in India. Not I'm saying in the North India, but it's a good that I'm really happy being a woman also. That is a kanyamahavidyalaya. Because we all know the teaching is our noble profession that shapes the character, not only man or women, but all. So the thoughts which we inculcate amongst our students to make them good human beings with the skills and expertise, when as a whole in a different type of, that means in track we want to see the diverse education system in the world. We are talking about the quality assurance as the integral part of higher education institutes. We are well acknowledged with the privatization, LPG, widespread expansion or autonomy and all that. But how the India we can see from a third angle, it is that when we look back in our ancient days, we know that what is the very golden history we have. The education system in India is totally a role model for whole world. Just we are thinking about the word power. The education system in India dates back the ancient times when the Gurukula system was there. The Guru was teaching with the interest. You know, the Sanskrit is introduced by NEP now. And at that time, the Guru Shishya Parampara was there. And the system we enhanced to, you can see in the Takshashila, Ujjaini, Vikramashila on that. What is the significant role we are playing now in our educational socio-economic framework? Let us see. What is the vision of the national education policy? You know that because we can't separate our pronunciation, our vocabulary, our teaching, we are interpreting all those things without the use of vision of NAP 2020, because it's the India-centric education system contributes the transforming our nation, vibrant knowledge society. As we know, with the help of different programs and courses, we are introducing and providing high quality educations to all. What is that education policy and why we are thinking again and again, what will be the future of our student? We can see the evaluation in brief, or how the education policy developed step by step. I'm not going in detail because we all are well known as academicians or teachers from 1968 to 2020. There is tremendous change. Now we are concentrating on the common man, skill development. Just we are break down the barriers between all the arts, commerce, and science. This is a very positive side of national education policy. And with the help of all those things, we are looking forward that NAP 2020 will make India a global superpower. Now, what is that global superpower? We can say that all the world has become a very small village. We can contact anybody, anytime, anywhere. We always see the results when we are gaining with the exchange of foreign universities or going somewhere outside India. We just, when we go through the effective evaluations comes from someone, because there's a step from the KG to PG level. And again, for the research, there is one personality beside us who help us to grow, and that is teacher. How it is possible effective evaluation comes from someone? Because our development, our evaluation, or your assessment, our upgradation, or upliftment, it's possible only when we have any type of important issues in front of us. But nowadays in that was, I'm not saying nowadays, but before 2 years back, that we already suffered from corona, and just we are keeping into hand whether the health is important or education is important. Now both are important. We are meeting with each other on the online mode and all that, and that's NAAC already taught us, UGC also taught us to have the online program to remove, and e-Pathshala and Swayam Prabha. And just to recollect the sentence by Rabindranath Tagore, the highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life harmony with all existence. And thanks to that corona also, thanks to our humanity also, thanks to our all the social workers that we are able to save our life and save our existence all over the world, I'm saying, save existence. This is a very precious life we have. How we are going to invest our precious life as a teacher, let us see what to do for that. Just we're having some values in us. Just I said in the beginning, the first slide, that is the inventory, the values and our achievement. What are the values? The ethics are their respect, the honesty and integrity. Without any values, human values, it's not possible to build up our nation. And so UGC have faced the challenges in higher education. What are those challenges? You know that before coming to the quality.
Ma'am, are you
Hello.
sharing the screen?
Hello.
Excuse me, ma'am, are you sharing the screen with us?
Yes, yes.
No, it's not. We are unable to see the screen.
Oh my God. Just I shared the screen in the beginning, ma'am.
No, Dr. Deshmukh, we never got to see your screen, but we can see you very nicely.
Okay, just a minute, just a minute. Because I started, so I asked in the beginning whether it is, just a minute, ma'am. Just I will share once again, I will join once again.
Right.
Yes, now it's come up.
Yeah. Yes, because I started from the beginning. Yeah. Just have a recap over here. Is it okay?
Yes, it's perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I thought that just I already explained the power of education over here. Just I recap and just I continue once again. See now, just education, you all know that's very powerful weapon. And just I will enlarge my screen over here. Is it okay? Yes, ma'am?
Yes. It's perfect now.
Yeah.
We can see you.
See now this. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Just I imagine that there is no any response, so it's okay. Just I'm admitting also, so many persons who are joining, just I'm using as an admin also. As you know, the education is this weapon of this technology for see our future and education which come in hand. And now see how it is possible to search this. Just this future depends on what you do. what are our values and how we can get the achievement in our life. Now, see, I already explained this. Which are the important values in our life? And so we already seen the dream of APJ Abdul Kalam also, because he says that some thoughts are there and thoughts results into the action. And you all know that teaching is our noble profession. And so we are looking forward to good human being. And we all is well known that India is one of the largest diverse education system in the world. And so we already have very golden history of our Indian education system, that we have Takshashila, Nalanda, and Vikramshila. Just we are through the NEP, we are introducing all our socio-economic framework to uplift or upgrade the students in higher education. So we are looking forward a vision of national education policy, because it shows the vibrant knowledge society which we can, that means, introduce to our students in the next generation. With the help of this vision of national education policy 2020, this aims at to transform the education in such a way that every student or every participant, every stakeholders can build up his life or her life in such a way that we can see a very golden era of our India. We all are known with the evolution of the national education policy as whole. From 1968 to 2020, we already seen this screen. We can show how the policy upgrade every time, how the policy that means changes. And nowadays, the new education plan turns into new education policy under the able chairmanship of Dr. Kasturi Rangan. And he told that all these policies can convert our India as a global superpower. How it is possible to convert the India as a global superpower? Because you know that whole nation, whole world is becoming a small village. You know, we can contact anywhere, anytime. It's possible for us only to exchange our ideas, to meet with each other. I can see all the students are sitting over there. And they're exchanging their ideas, they are looking forward, they are interacting, or just they are putting their own opinions about new education policy or any higher education, about their personality, about their skills and whatever, because it's only possible with the help of the stakeholders, with the constant evaluations comes from someone who sits besides and helps you to grow. That from the KG level to PG level up to the, again, we can see there is a constant change, sustainable development in each and every individual. We can see through such type of diagram here. That means from the KG level, just we step forward every time. But in meantime, before last year or 2 years back, we are all suffering from corona. And there is one question in front of all of us, how we can survive. There is two questions in our mind, how one can survive. The health is a problem, education is the problem, but with the help of this technology, with the help of the online education, it's possible for us to survive it. And thanks to that power that we are alive and discussing and interacting with each other in a very nicely manner. So the APJ Abdul Kalam and Vivekananda or Rabindranath Tagore or anybody who is a social worker or academicians, everyone is well known or agree with we are saving our life or saving our existence, because the education is only to save each other. What is the meaning of education? Save the existence of human being. And so such type of lesson is taught by the teachers, by the virus 19 also, COVID-19. So with the help of all those things, there is question in our mind, what to do now? With the help of the ethics and respect and honesty and integrity, we can have any type of achievement in our life, because we are introducing the different type of programs and courses. But basically, we should have so many challenges. To face the challenges, what are those challenges? Suppose the Kanyamahavidyalayajalandha is well known with all over the India, because not only North India, but it's well known all over India. I'm saying because India Today, that magazine covers all the news are there. So the adoption of ICT or responsibility or our UGC mandate or any technology, curriculum or research, when these are the challenges in front of the higher education institutions. For the quality enhancement in the higher education in India, basically, we should think of infrastructural development, because when are talking about the provisions or ICT facilities and improve the financial schemes and digitizations or internationalization, when we go in detail, we come to know what are the objectives of the quality assurance in the higher education. We'll see the objective, because our totally education system totally changes during the COVID-19. The education system should focus, and every institution is focusing on the changing trends and start adopting a new technologies. What are those new technologies? Because this technology, with the help of this technology, we are stepping forward in the academic and administrative curriculum designing, because we know that quality is never an accident. It is always a result of intelligent effort. And I really congratulate Kanyamahavidyalaya that you are doing very well, because I achieved the A grade in NAAC, because the students, the woman empowerment is already there. Everything is possible in the world. I can see with all the scorecards I see through the website, because the college, any institute that develops with the Bloom's taxonomy. What is that? We understand, then we apply our knowledge, applying the facts and rules and concepts and ideas. Then we analyze. Basically, this slide is for the students. Students should try to understand this slide very well. In the beginning, when we try to recite or review our own the thought process, we first of all try to remember. Then we'll try to understand. Understanding what the facts mean. What is any subject just we want to go through? We try to apply the knowledge. We are now applying our knowledge for the facts and rules and concepts and ideas. Then the next fact is there that we analyze the
Ma'am, kindly unmute yourself.
Oh my God, what happened? Is it okay?
But the screen is not being shared right now, ma'am. There was some connectivity issue.
I think so.
But
is it there? Is it there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, definitely. There is woman empowerment, or anybody's human being empowerment is there. How to get rid of all these calamities here? Definitely, we are getting rid of all calamities. This vision. I think there is. Is it okay? Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. The vision and plan of institution to transform into holistic multidisciplinary institution. How is it possible? Now see, there is problem with this slide sharing. Yeah. Just I want to show this slide just to create the part, combining the parts to make a noble whole. The creativity is now at the top level. How one can create the thing, our knowledge creation is there. And so higher education in 21st century now entered in the 22nd century. These are the steps: learning environment we are creating, then the professional development, the curriculum, the standards assessment and core subjects, this information, learning and life skills. This is a whole picture of higher education. and the NAAC is taking help of this picture. Now, what is the IDP? The vision, the plan of institution to transform itself into holistic multidisciplinary institution. Now, there are the challenges in front of each and every institution. What are those challenges? Now see, the flexible, innovative, credit-based, then environment education, value-based education, we are doing the multidisciplinary approach. But new initiatives taken before that, we have not taken any new initiatives before COVID. On the large level, the promotion of digital education, dual online digitization, we are using the Shodhganga, NDL and all that. The technology and creativity have become a sine qua non in the everyday life. So this technology, the fourth industrial revolution, I think all my dear students sitting over here and listening with the smartphones in the classrooms and online exam and all the robotic house help the workplace, the companion. And with the help of the advanced technology, we are entered in the new era of education. So what is that new era? The higher education across the verge of the disrupting due to technology advancement. Video-based learning, blockchain, self-paced learning, AI, virtual reality. This is a virtual tour just we are doing with each other. The internet, IoT, chat box, this terminology well known with all the students and teachers. Now the NAP has introduced the IDP that's offering the multidisciplinary flexible curriculum to engage the more multidisciplinary research and the practices for that. What is that? In nutshell, what is the quality assurance? This quality assurance need the 3 steps that it's very transparent process. It is self-sustaining, it's renewing and rewarding. And this process we have to follow with the outcome effects. The 4-way process is there, the strategic quality assurance, systematic quality assurance, what are the results and functions for that. This slide is in front of you, which covers the stakeholders need. That stakeholders covers the students, the teachers, the management, all the administrators, everything is covers, the external relation network, educational research, and the management, how one can do. And this is the 4-way process by the NAAC Assessment and Accreditation Council, which we can call as a quality assurance of the PhD Grant Commission. It is a planner, NAAC is a developer, NAAC is an overseer. Now, this 3-way process, the NAAC is exercising its autonomous role in the NAAC framework for the institutional accreditation. Now I am coming to the point. The NAAC seeks to assess the assessment of holistic, systematic, transparent experience based on data. You know the DVB, the 70-30%, NAAC assessor portal. We all are well known with all those things, the core values and the procedure, the SSR, peer team assessment, and final outcome. The NAAC process in the light of NEP, now it is newly introduced. What is that? The India is the most dynamic
Dr. Deshmukh, can you hear us?
Yes. I see again. I don't know what happened this week because this never happens anytime.
Oh, it's fine now. It's fine.
The first, yeah. Yes. There are always obstacles to work hard and to see for very positively successful. And she is ready every time to face this. Is it okay? So my internet connection is not stable. Just saying that. Join with another.
It's all good now.
Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes.
So first of all, I will come to the point only. Basically, we have to take the initiatives taken by the institution as proposed in the NAP. This is a new thing for the autonomous college, for every college, for every college in autonomous college. I will come to the only point 1. To fulfill the requirement of ABC, then again the collaboration, then design our own curricula, and again for the implementation of the ABC. To do all these things, to enlist the efforts in skill development. What to do for the institute? NSC, NSQF, NASCOM, all those are doing their things, and the students and workers for the skill mapping and certification should be there. Value-based education, soft skills for the students we are going to introduce. So, important thing is that focus on this. This is the basic thing. Placement in your college is very nice. The fashion designing and mass communication are doing very well. I really congratulate from the bottom of my heart. The focus on outcome-based, the initiative should be taken to transform the curriculum towards the outcome-based education. Then curriculum towards that means all this curriculum, the institution does the different type of practices. The same thing reflecting the vision of NAAC. Quality defining the education, foundation of self and external quality evaluation. So mission, and we know the mission of the NAAC also. The NAAC framework. What is that value framework? The contribution to the NAAC development, the fostering global competencies, value system, and promoting the use of technology and knowledge. Now, to prepare the SSR report, which forms the backbone of the entire process, the essential elements for the institutional quality, these are the things I am keeping in front of you. The internal enabling environment, organizing for the quality, support function, leadership, policy, core values, capacity building, communication, rewards. If we are thinking in this way, the second part, the concept of higher education, the capacities, critical reading, thinking, effective communication, cognizance is taken by the NAAC in everything that develop the system of conscious and consistent catalytic action, and to measure the institutional function towards the quality enhancement. So the IQC plays a very important role. You know what is the constitution of IQC. Then the strategy, the IQC plays the role as a catalyst. The IQC shall involve the mechanism. I think IQC coordinator is the heart of the college. This library is the heart of the college. To optimize, to ensure, to share, to motivate the mechanism, the procedure, the IQC developing the quality culture of the documentation. See, this slide is very, I think, important to have the revised assessment framework. What is the objective? There should not be any type of repetition. Uniformity should be there. Data sheets. We have to follow the SOP, time limit, documentation, collaboration, whatever it is mentioned in this slides. We can go through in detail. Afterwards, I will send the sliders. The role played by the IQAC, it's very much important to facilitate, to adopt the required knowledge, to make the arrangements, to have the documentation, and the inter and intra-institutional workshops or conferences or any seminar. How we are keeping the record in a systematic way, the documentation of various programs, activities leading to the quality improvement. NAAC is, or IQAC will act as a nodal agency of the institutions, coordinating the quality activities and adoption of the dissemination of the best practices. So the development and the maintenance of the institutional database or periodic conduct of AAA or preparation of the submission of annual quality assurance report, and we have to follow all the parameters of the NAAC. The IQC will facilitate or contribute at a higher level to enhance again how where the decision making, the dynamic systems or organizing the methodology of the documentation is very much important. So the role of coordinator, it's very important. Really, I wish all the coordinators and conveners and the chairman and principal have the crucial role playing to achieve the aim in the institute. Maintain the coordinator of IQAC may be a senior, but a very cordial relationship, very friendly atmosphere. Again, there is internet connection is unstable, showing that. So how to work out the integrity with the team spirit, the mutual respect, the positivity and trust. This accuracy work. See, we are having trust with each other. There's an atmosphere, positivity is there, team spirit is there. I worked as a member of the binary accreditation in the National Education Policy 2020. Just we will look forward again in 1920, 30 or 35. That whole structure will change. NAAC will change as accreditation. This is a chart. The qualifications, the byproduct of devotion and commitment. So IQC plays a very important role. You know that what are the benefits of accreditation. Every student is aware of
Have a presentation. Presentation हमारे पास maybe she's trying. Ma'am, again you'll have to share the slide.
yes. I don't know what happened. I don't know really.
It happens at times.
I changed my. It's raining so heavily. I think there may be any problem of
Yeah, that must be the reason.
the internet connectivity. So
We can see your screen now.
okay, ma'am. Okay. See, so the digital and technology has given a very large, you can say, a very core role in doing or achieving our goal in our life or in life of the higher education. Because to achieve the digital competencies, it's very important to have the online and digital education. And we accept the challenges, where then will not be any type of internet connectivity. We try to join it again and again. So the multidisciplinary education and research universities are also there. HEI is focusing on research and innovation and to promote the Indian culture and the values. Research on languages. Just I am connecting or joining the National Education Policy in higher education and NAP. That means NAP and NAAC. The Indian institution, translation, interpretation, there is scope for that, for the research on languages, cultural awareness, and promoting traditional art. Why I'm introducing this slide? Because in the next assessment and accreditation, we can see that we should have such type of programs in our institute that it should reflect the NAP 2020. So I'm in this slide because whether the institute achieve the A grade to update or to maintain the grade, we have to show.
और राखी के साथ वो कराओ, उसको समझ नहीं आएगी सफाई कैसे करूं, सारा फैला हुआ.
Yeah, is there any problem? This cultural awareness and the promoting the traditional arts, and so we can reimagining the vocational education and the use of technology. You know, we have the BHO, we have the Divyang friendly education software, e-content is there, virtual labs are there, National Education Technology Forum is there, digitally equipped classroom is there, then National Committee for Integration Vocational Education. Everything we have the good set for that, but how you are using all this setup in the crisis in higher education. You know that India is a young country with a huge number of students who required such education is there. Kanyamahavidyalaya is good, that Mahavidyalaya is doing very well. But there are so many institutes are there and the students, girl students are suffering. Their dropout rate is there. They're not getting such type of a good value education also there. So to develop our country in every way, how one can, again there is problem.
It's fine. This
Online, so yeah, so it is Now, on behalf of this technology, I should say sorry to all of you. I,
It's okay, ma'am. We wish we could help.
just then I will sum up in the last one now, because it's really just we are shifting from online to offline. Because all the respected teachers of my age, you know that we are having offline studies. We have the slate and pencil and blackboard and chalk and all that, entering the class and we're doing. But now the technology is totally changes. The students are taking away, they're enjoying how we can connecting with each other and disconnecting. This is a part of our life, to connect and disconnect. But there is a relation between each other. There's telepathy is there, that development and use of technology of tools for teaching learning activities are there. So the institution efforts toward the blended learning. And so we should introduce very effectively this blended learning, because in this slide just I'm to show whether through the NAAC, through higher education, or report, or UGC, all the mandate, all the directions or regulations they are doing for the upliftment all the human beings on the higher level to have, that means global superpower. We're traveling towards in that direction. And if I'm putting in front of you to think on the female literacy, being a woman, the levels of a significant jump as compared to a male between the 2001 to 21. Because I just taken the report from the census, and we were talking about this blackboard, and this is a right to education for the women. And we are talking about women empowerment for Kanyamahavidyalaya, not only Kanyamahavidyalaya, all the Mahavidyalaya, like more than 50 plus thousands colleges all over India. So this National Statistical Office, just I am putting in front of you this data, what is the work we have to do in future, being a responsible teacher or responsible student of our India. Literacy rate in India, that as per the UNESCO, the India will achieve the universal literacy. This is on 2060. Will tend towards that. The literacy rate in 21, then family health services and women and men. The Punjab literacy rate, just through the Google and so the 88% male and a female 76.
She isn't audible also. Disconnect.
Madam has some fluctuation, I think.
The talk is so valuable, going on so well, but you know, this internet connection.
Just last slide, and because it's not good to have such a precious time of all of you. Just I sum up with last one. I want to give every girl, just why I'm saying that I want every girl, that her voice change the world. Yes, we can do it. Because action without vision is only passing of time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming. But the vision with action can change the world. Yeah, because just I skip so many slides, man. So with these things that I sum up, and thank you so much, because due to the constraints of this internet connectivity, I don't know what happened to it's highly
but Dr. Your talk is amazing, and I think that whatever the disconnects, we could imagine what you really want to say, you know, one can catch up. Extremely grateful to you. But one thing that I would say that, yes, you're right, you have so much more to say. And what I really liked was what you said, that we have to work together. We are all in the same boat. One doesn't do well, it impacts the other. The society and country as a whole, and as educationists, we are in the same boat. And we must continue to support each other. We must continue to learn from each other. To that effect, I would just say that having you know, heard you, thank you, Dr. Ponmudi Raj, for having facilitated all this. So, and the NAAC organization, I would love to invite you to our institution, Dr. Deshmukh, so that we can all sit together, we can all, learn from each other. And I'm sure the faculty would stand to gain a lot from your experiences and all that you have to impart to, the young people.
So we are doing very, very good job, ma'am, for the women empowerment and women education. And I roll a central role as a Rajmata Jizawu, the mother of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Savitri Phule also, because they're all the teachers of the. I'm saying word. I'm saying only for they are teaching to only the girls. For the society as a whole. And so it's a very good thing to be with all of you. Thanks for inviting me and Pon Midiraj and all the NAAC family also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, very grateful, and till we see you again.
Ma'am, thank you for having made an illuminating presence. Ma'am, she has again lost connection. I was also about to say what Principal Ma'am has said, that technology wants to convey this message that it's time to visit the institution you are lavishly praising. But Ma'am has lost connection this time as well. Samita Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, I'm here now. Again, I joined.
So, Ma'am,
Dr. Madhuri was just mentioning she was resounding what I said, that technology is giving us a message that you have to visit us in person in future.
Yes. And woman has that power to get rid of all calamities. Yes, this is also a message given by this technology also. Because har nahi mante.
Yes.
Har nahi mante. Whether it may be technology or anything.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am, you showed that in your presence also. You were cool throughout and you tried to convey it to us. So, ma'am, thank you once again from the core of our hearts. She's disconnected.
Yes. Thank you, Madam. Yeah, thank you.
My request to Chahal sir, please switch on the video. So if sir is present, we can cover this time gap and start the next talk.
I can see Chelsea.
Dr. Sarabjit Singh Chahal, a highly reputed personality, needs no introduction. Currently Honorary Professor, Punjab University, Chandigarh, and Adjunct Professor, Central University, Bathinda, Dr. S.S. Chahal is former Vice Chancellor of Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, Udaipur, Khalsa University, Amritsar, and Desh Bhagat University, Punjab. He has distinguished himself for carrying out basic and applied research in diverse fields, including disease resistance, risk analysis, disease cycle, and management of several serious diseases of cereals and sunflower. His 290 publications include research and review papers, books, book chapters, manuals, and popular articles. It goes without saying that he is the recipient of many national and international awards and recognitions. Visiting professor and visitor to several foreign institutes, he is a fellow of 4 professional societies and honorary fellow of Punjab Academy of Sciences, fellow and president Indian Society of Plant Pathologists and India Phytopathological Society. He has served and is serving as chairman and member of several academic, research, and advisory committees of national bodies of research and education of India. So, your contribution to enhancement of quality education here at KMV is equally notable and laudable. With much pleasure, I invite you, sir, to address us all.
Thank you very much, madam.
Chahal sir, let me express my gratitude personally as well. You are a mentor. You are a mentor of mentors, I would say. So deep reverence for you. And thank you so much for always supporting the cause of education.
Thank
Yeah.
you very much, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, most respected chairperson, Principal Madam Dr. Atima Sharma Dwivedi ji, thank you very much. Meeting you after a long time. Co-chairman Dr. B.S. Udmaraju ji and coordinator IQAC Madam Parminder Kaur ji. Dear participants, I was hearing that you have just got some basic information and implementation of processes of accreditation system. Also about the precision responsibilities of IQAC staff and students to remain update from previous lectures. Now, peer reviews and accreditation is essential for quality assurance. And still more important to make it a dynamic process, a working process, a running process in the universities and colleges. So this is important by bringing important to make this so and bringing necessary improvement and changes from time to time. That is also important as per demand and input received from the evaluators. I will therefore share certain points to highlight relevance of new national accreditation framework for quality enhancement in education, and particularly in under new education policies, and particularly so when we are again in a transition phase to embrace these novelties which are now available under new education policy, and more so to touch what are the pain points in education and how to develop much needed leadership in research. Leadership in research I emphasize because no institution or higher education particularly can progress and bring precision if the research component is missing. Now, dear participants, along the agriculture and health, education is major sector for improvement and progress of any nation. Why I say any nation? Because the United Nations for Sustainable Development Goals that we are already implementing in many countries. Now, this is popularly called as SDGs. The fourth goal, which is more important, is quality education. And we need to assess where we stand to identify gray areas for enhancement of quality of education and research. Now, before independence, as we say, the higher education that was restricted to few elite people only. But now it is not so. We have just celebrated 75 years of independence, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, where we have reviewed all these areas, education, research, technology, and all the sort of events in the country. And under this review, we have seen what we have achieved so far and what are our goals. Now, if we look towards education, there is unprecedented expansion, rather huge increase in number of students. Exponential increase is number of institutions. There is quantum jump in public funding also. We have seen that public funding has also pumped into education, but still not commensurate with the growth of population. Look at this, the figure we are 1.30 billion now. Issue is of vital importance since education is the most powerful tool to build a knowledgeable society.
Excuse me,
excuse me, sir.
अपनी slides को आगे ले जाइए, please.
हाँ जी, sir, slides move नहीं कर रही हैं आपकी. There is some
We can only
technical
see the
hitch, I
title
think.
slide.
हाँ जी.
Is it
Sir,
moving now?
also. नहीं
Please,
sir,
वो
नहीं
अभी
sir.
नहीं किया.
सर एक बार बंद करके आपको दोबारा से स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा. स्लाइड शो भी नहीं और मूव भी नहीं कर रही. मतलब हमें नहीं आ रही.
Well, on my computer, it's all right.
सर एक बार आप स्टॉप शेयर करके फिर से करिए. हाँ जी, दोबारा से ऑन करिए.
Should I on now? Should I switch over altogether?
नहीं सर, आप बस एक बार just start the slide share again.
Well, I'm doing
Share
so.
screen, share screen again.
Share screen. I'm doing share screen.
हाँ
But
जी.
it's same.
हाँ जी sir, now it started and please put on the slideshow.
Is it moving or not?
नहीं sir, slideshow नहीं लग गया. Again click on slideshow. हाँ जी sir. Okay, नहीं but नहीं sir, it disconnected.
But should I
Slide.
share screen?
हाँ जी, share screen. हाँ जी sir. हाँ जी, now sir, now it's okay. अभी screen share is quite clear. अब please try to move on to the next one. Click on the next. नहीं
It's
sir.
not moving on my.
नहीं सर, हमारे यहाँ पे मूव नहीं कर रही.
हमारे भी यहाँ भी नहीं कर रहे.
Arrow on the like keyboard. हाँ sir, keyboard, use the keyboard of computer.
Doing so, but it's not working.
सर यहाँ आप मेल कर दो, हम यहाँ से स्क्रीन शेयर कर देते हैं.
What should I send?
आप सर प्रेजेंटेशन मेल कर दो, हम यहाँ से शेयर कर देते हैं डाउनलोड करके.
There is no problem for me.
So please mail it to a KMV IQSC account.
Wait a minute. I'll do it.
हाँ जी. रिफ्रेश करो ना मेरे में. सर्वे पर नहीं हो रहा ना. मेल चेक कर ली. पहले नहीं. हाँ जी. Sir, we have received the PPT, so we were just downloading it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sir, you please start and give the commands to me. I will keep on moving.
So are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. It's there now.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you clearly.
Okay, then move the slide further, please.
Okay.
So should I say next when you move on?
Yes,
or-
sir. Yes, sir. Just say next. I will go to the next one.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, fine. Now, previous one I was talking about that the higher education, previous one, please. Yes. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, sir. Your voice
Okay,
is
then.
totally clear.
Yes, I was talking about this, that we have just made review of the things that where we stand in higher education, and we have seen that there is we have put in lot of this public funding in higher education also, but still this growth in higher education that is not commensurate with the growth of population in our country. But again, this issue is of vital importance since education is most powerful sort of tool to build society, to build a knowledgeable society in any country, and particularly in a country where we are progressing in our country with of diverse nature. Though there is for need to have in this concern to correlate this sort of and to make corrections so far as sectoral and social important issues are concerned, and we need to maintain social balances also. So for this, we have to put new vigor in our institutions, and therefore crossing this international benchmark of excellence. That is our what we can envision in our higher education for this purpose. Next, please. No, there were only, when we look into it, that what is the progress we have made. There were only 30 universities in the country in 1951. And there was steady growth till 2001. This was because 256, this institutions, these were there in 2000, 2001. Similarly, colleges, they rose from 695 to 12,806 in corresponding period. My purpose of showing this is that there was consistent increase, but after 2000, 2001, there was steep increase in colleges and institutions and the gross enrollment ratio. There was this steep increase that was almost doubled in first decade of 21st century, because this was the reason, because there was a policy change. There was liberalization, privatization, globalization. It helped in gross enrollment ratio. And at that time, we all know that National Knowledge Commission that was established under chairman of Sam Patroda, which emphasized more on increasing this gross enrollment ratio to bring more youth in under higher education. It was just 12% at that time. And afterwards, after say 10 years, it was 15%. But now the trend that continued after 2010 also, there was steady growth also. Now we have university more than 900 colleges. There are more than 42,000 in country. Next, please. Now this availability in colleges, when we see then university, there is quality in institutional capacity that has also been increased, greatly influenced by this enrollment. May it be this relationship that is not so linear, but gross enrollment ratio. Now, when we see this gross enrollment ratio, I've seen there is many misgiving in this. In fact, gross enrollment ratio is not just increase in number of students. This is, in fact, function of variety of social, cultural, institutional, economic, and these processes when we calculate this ratio and come to know this how much increase in a different sphere that has been perceived in higher education. So this projected goal that is under a new education policy, that is we see that 50%, but it was up to 2021, it was 30%. We are at the verge of receiving it. We have achieved almost 25-26% gross enrollment ratio. But again, this increase that is of course differ in different states. But international experience definitely show that no country has made any progress because economically, we can't see any country so much have see advancement unless this enrollment ratio in higher education that has been, it is less than 20%. So that is the benchmark we have already crossed it. And a few days back, we have seen that our country, India, that has been ranked 5th as a fast growing nation in worldwide, but higher education has to contribute a lot towards overall improvement in these spheres. Next, please. When we see this NAAC accreditation, it is widely accepted fact that privatization of higher education has greatly contributed towards expansion. Gross enrollment, what I have said. A lot of private institutions, they have appeared. Now, though the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAAC, what we say, was set up in some 27 years ago, almost 80% of institutions in India are still there outside the purview of this accreditation system. That is one reason or the other that can be said that there can be different reasons. And now it is more important to note that the focus of emerging new education policy that is on quality and relevance. Accreditation was optional, but now it has been made mandatory from this year onwards. It is necessary for survival of the growth of higher educational institutions, and it is linked to funding, it is linked to research, it is linked to scholarships, freeships. Now it is linked to educational loans to students and nomination of teacher on various bodies. Unless any institution is accredited, no nomination of these teachers will be made through on other bodies. It is also preconditions for industry interface. It is also preconditions for research and development, collaboration with other institutions, and NIRF ranking, then students and teacher exchange programs, and for autonomy as well. Higher educational institutions are discouraged to use the status of accreditation after this validity period is over. Many times it has been seen that if it is 5 years, after the expiry of 5 years, the same ranking is being used by different institutions. This is discouraged and strictly it will be prohibited now. Getting SSR, self-study report prepared from any agencies. Now there were mushrooming of agencies, they were preparing SSR for various institutions. That is strictly prohibited now. SSR has to be prepared internally by the respective institutions, and it is mandatory for institution to use relevant pro forma meant for particular type of institutions that is needed. Next, the college framework, when we see that, what are the changes in this framework? Look at this, I have just briefed up that what are the major contours of changes. When we consider how this revised new accreditation framework is relevant, it is foremost important to see what are the revisions in the framework of 2017, which has replaced the previous document. Now, major changes they include, number one is the introduction of institutional information and quality assessment, that is IIQA, that will be necessary now. SSR, that is now integrated with qualitative and quantitative matrices. There is now now a set process of data verification and validation. ICT has come to the center stage, as hard copy is also not necessary now. All online submissions that will be made now, and annual quality assessment report, AQAR, that is mandatory from second cycle onwards. This means that making higher education institution more responsible to assess their own performance. Now, there will be more dependency on IQAC cells, which are working in the institution, that how they are progressing, how they are advising, or they have external member on IQAC, that is very important. Internal members, they are from the institution, but external member, they can contribute a lot in IQAC. So these are important changes. Online verification and validation of documentary evidence by third party that has been introduced, and there has been introduced pre-qualification for pure team visit. That is, if we calculate it, it's the 30% of the system generated score, excluding student satisfaction survey. This alone works out to be roughly 650 weightage points. Now, important is timeline and penalties. They have been introduced to improve quality and accreditation process to great extent. More weightage that has been given to research, consultancy, and extension, and institutional values and best practices in institutions. So when accreditation is, the revised accreditation is implemented, all these new points, they have to be considered by the institution, those who have accredited already. More weightage is given to quantitative matrices, that is about 72% weightage is there. And qualitative matrices that has been assigned to 28% weightages. A component of student satisfaction, that is SSA, what I'm talking about, has also been added for in assessment. More important now is previously grading system that has been expanded now. Previously it was A, B, C, D. Now it is A plus, now it is expanded to 8. A plus plus, A plus, A, B plus plus, B plus, B, C, and D. Next. Then we see that what is the relevance of accreditation and what are its general benefits. Benefit of this revised accreditation system in terms of quality enhancement can be seen clearly in credit transfer of students from one accredited institution to another. For example, if an institution wants to transfer credit, both the institutions should be A++. Both the institutions should be B, like that. It will be discouraged to transfer credit from A++ to C, and vice versa. Higher acceptance of degree qualification that is there to pursue further education assessed in the world. Benchmarking with the institution and adoption of best practices that is essential, and continuous improvements that is required overall process in availing these for availing funds. The impact on these dimensions are, of course, interrelated, and they may result in restructuring the functioning of a higher educational institution. This restructuring is very important, and it should be on yearly basis after evaluation, internal evaluation within the institutions. The relevance of new system on quality and excellence of HEIs, higher educational institutions, has been seen in whole of the country. For example, curriculum, academics, teaching, learning processes, and research. These are the areas which are in focus. The academic reputation, in fact, is influenced by the position of top ranking at higher educational institutions. As in this QS World University ranking, 50% weightage is for reputation. So if the reputation of that is public perception, when we call out reputation, that is public perception. And it is very difficult to maintain public perception. You have to work overnight to maintain your status, to maintain your brand name which you have attained. In India, NIRF ranking has 20% weightage or to perception-based survey. It has been seen that statistically, high perception rank of institution helps to improve overall ranking in different spheres. The impact of accreditation and ranking is clearly evident in enrollment as well as admission. Some survey, of course, it has been seen that they have shown that more than 80% of admission aspirants, they choose the institution or the program of their interest based on accreditation and ranking status. It is more so at the time of admission. Definitely students, if they have choice, well, any student, if he doesn't have choice, he has to go for any institution. But any student who has got choice, and those are good students, they will definitely see that what is the accreditation score of any institution. It is greatly influenced the decision making of the aspirants. some empirical studies they have conducted on this and NRF ranking that result 100% higher education institution in India shows a significant correlation between perception score and overall score in ranking. It is proven fact also that the status of accreditation and ranking helps in student exchange programs and the developing of a memorandum of understanding between higher education institutions. Of course, the relevance of new system will clearly be more visible in setting standard for qualified faculty, work and defining their workload, scholarly activities, industrial linkages, then learning outcome. These are all important. It will come through this processes only. It's also necessary and very much important to and more to this administration functioning, because governance and administrative functioning is clearly a very important in any higher education institution. What we have seen that sometimes good academics are there, students are there, but if good governance is not there, sometimes the institution they suffer greatly. So this ranking and this NRF, the ranking and these framework, it will put emphasis more on governance and administrative precisions, which should be made by any institution, their functioning, their core curriculum in those institutions. Next. So looking at this change, the changing scenario in higher education and research, the national education policy, what I was talking, because all these things are interlinked, which has been introduced in 2020. It aims to focus on increasing in gross enrollment ratio. I have already talked about 50% is the goal. That is more and more students, they get a facility of basic and higher education. UGC has already now circulated guidelines for multidisciplinary universities. What type of multidisciplinary is required, which is essential under this new education policy. But this multidisciplinarity, when we talk about, there would be no rigid separation between different streams, extracurricular vocational streams, giving the liberty to students to choose any domain as per their choice and aptitude. That is CBCS, choice-based credit system. The revised accreditation framework needs to be following new education policy, which dictates certain criteria that the institution, they need to maintain. Those criteria, these are must for them. For instance, this ICT, what we are talking about, has come as a blessing in disguise for the students who have continued their education. Despite of all these institutions, they are completely closed during COVID times. So this has given us a good lesson, good sort of learning that ICT should be implemented and in a more wider way in the institutions. The institution need to make sure seamless integration of ICT, where delivering lessons or conducting assessment. Let me put a point here that in this revised RAF, this ICT has also given special emphasis and special grading for this, that how much ICT has been implemented. No, in previous these evaluations, it has been seen that facilities are there in certain institutions, but now it will be seen that how much it has been implemented, because that is the reason that these teams, they interact with students, that are they now ICT literate or only facilities are there. Next. Now these criteria of NAAC revised accreditation, RAF, what we say, if we critically evaluate the revised accreditation framework, it has been based on 7 criteria. The first criteria is revamping the curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, and student support. What is it? Now, this is learning is not just degrees. It is for livelihood. It is not only for livelihood, but it is for knowledge and something much more. And what is that much more? To provide value-based and enriched learning experience to students. That is more important in the institution. They should need to make essential reforms in curriculum and incorporate student-centric learning, these pedagogies. Now, these different teams, they have already been constituted to revise curriculum. And there is need to have this feedback into curriculum, value-based education that is given preference, that should be given emphasis. Now, at the same time, developing an assessment strategy that focuses on measuring the learning outcome and pace of learning is very, very important and imperative. Keeping in mind that goal, there is need to empower students to become independent learners and decision makers, and they may not rely blindly on judgment and opinion of others. They should have independent thought, independent decision making, independent. So that education is not bookish. That is what the perception, what I have talked previously, that it is the perception of the public about any institution which is more important. And that perception only comes when the outcome, when the students are coming out of the institution, what type of character they are exhibiting in the society, in their service, that counts. It is here that concept of well-educated young individuals comes in. Truly literate person is not just confined to academics, but it is also extended to his or her ability to communicate well, maintain good relationship with peers. He or she should be competent to function as well as rounded individual within the group and has a sense of responsibility towards himself or herself and others. That is important. He should have empathy, what we call. He should have the capacity to think in the times of others, what they are thinking about others, what they are thinking, he is thinking about others. So that is very important for learning. Next. The second is teaching, learning, and evaluation. The teachers delivering a lesson in the class may not be perceived equally by all students in the class. While some may have a good level of understanding, some might not. So that is differential, what we call IQ. Every student has different IQ. Hence, the learning and teaching must be on the same page. It should be complementary, in fact. The success of teaching is equally proportional to the success of learning. If the learning is not perceived, what is the use of teaching? That is just teaching to the walls. So that type of teaching is not desirable. A teacher has to take all the students along with. A teacher has to see which student has perceived what kind of things he or she has delivered. So that is quality of a good teacher. Evaluation of process will help to identify the gaps in teaching and learning. Discussing with the students. A good teacher is that when he asks this question to the students, what deficiency you have found in my lecture? It is very difficult question and many teachers do not ask it. But it is one teacher should have courage to ask these students and courage to listen it. That is the important point, and that is the very important sort of character of a teacher to improve herself or himself. Evaluation process that will help to identify the gap in teaching, what I'm talking about, and then accordingly they have to proceed to necessary steps should be taken to guide the students. Next. Now the third point is infrastructure and learning processes, learning resources. For improvement of sustainable learning, regular and sufficient investment in and maintenance of facilities, those are required. And these infrastructure, they are indispensable in input. If you don't have tools, you can't teach. If you don't have teaching tools, it is difficult to to deliver your lectures. Now, specific emphasis is given, therefore, towards library and learning resources. The e-resources, which have found prominence amongst most libraries, should also be accounted for. The number of purchases and the rate of use of this usage, that should be also evaluated with equal importance. It is very important to procure infrastructure. But again, it is not important only to procure infrastructure. Equally important is to make best use of it. Now, this is experience-based statement I have given, and this is a feedback of many sort of that whenever there are teams are there, peer review teams are there, infrastructure laboratories are there, but sort of all facilities are there. Sometimes these facilities are only purchased and kept in the lock and key and only in boxes. What is the use of this? So that is why what I say that it is equally important to make best use of this. Next, student support and progression. Now this point is also very important, that lack of student support system after completion of their studies. That is in an institution, that is a prevalent problem. This is a very problem faced in many institutions. So it is needed to understand the requirements of students more so for employment opportunities after their graduation. Now, it is also important to understand the important component of student sports system. What is student sports system? That is very important to understand. That is number one, timely advice to students is important because sometimes the students themselves, they would not be able to understand what they want to do and what they in their lives. They are students, they are teenagers, they don't have so much experience of life. So they don't have that vision what an experienced teacher have, and the teacher have to guide them. Essential guidance can be provided by teachers in times of need. Number three, academic support of those students who have difficulty in terms of exploring their subject of course. They should be picked up and they should be helped to great extent. And fourth point, managing the studies along with uncertain future possibilities regarding a career can be quite daunting because students, they are much more worried about their future. Hence, labeling students balancing both in things through one-to-one counseling can be very helpful. Of course, that is why we talk about this student-teacher ratio. And that if a student-teacher ratio is 1:60, how this is possible? That is, we say that it should be 1:15, 1:16, 1:say not more than 20. Only then it is possible. This would eventually ensure to promote good mental and physical health. Next. The fifth is governance, leadership, and management. So there is need to have institutional vision and leadership to enhance the growth and development of educational institutions. How they can be done? They can be done only by introspection to assess that how do they strategize growth in the development, or what type of strategies are required for a growth and development. A good administrator discuss it with the whole of the staff. New idea come from young generations. How the resources are allocated and how allocated sources they are being used, and according their use is mandate from time to time. How the decisions are centralized and decentralized. Then revised accreditation framework clearly states that all these aspects of leadership at different levels ought to be reaffirmed while making sure that integrity is maintained. Next. It is important that institution value and best practices, that is important. How this is important is that higher education should incorporate all major aspects of sustainable development and livelihood. The students should be empowered to become socially conscious individuals by emphasizing liberty, equality, fraternity, and justice. What is real meaning of education? Is it just to attain graduation? An important aspect of education is to enable individuals to become sensitized citizens, having self-organizational ability, independent thinking, and aggregation of creating self-confidence, which is very, very important. This has also been included in national education policy, which focuses on multidisciplinary component. That is why multidisciplinary component, this component is there. Because if say science students, when you talk, used to talk in previously something about history, they were totally blank. So that is not holistic sort of education. Hence, the duty of any institution would be to provide comprehensive courses. This would ensure the students to go for any of the varied courses or programs, making them more employable in the future. When you inculcate all these points in your core curriculum in your institution, RAF or this revised accreditation framework, it will meet its demand. Next, and the most important thing, and I am elaborating rest of my talk only on this because this I consider a very important area, that is research and innovation. Higher educational institutions need to set up startup incubation centers, technology development centers to connect with the society. This is important. which would aid and focus on research and innovation. It is not just utilizing the fund to conduct particular research, but also about how much an institute is giving back to the community. Because your funding has come from the community itself, you have to pay back to the community in terms of input, in terms of producing students, in terms of connecting with the society. So how this is possible? What type of collaboration is developed in terms of interdisciplinary research? That is very important. How science and innovations are made to be available to the society at large. That is a very important and contributing factor for any higher educational institution, that whatever the innovation, how they have a benefit of society, not in terms of providing students. That is one cause, that is one thing. But involvement of society. I have been your college for 3 years, but I'm quite satisfied. You have certain points and certain degree of involvement of society in various type of initiative. That is very important for any institution to copy it, to take these points. Unless if you work in isolation, in shell, the institution do not progress. How the problem of societies are addressed through scientific innovation, that is important. And there are few or main question that higher education need to address in these criteria. While doing so, to conduct interdisciplinary research, NAAC accreditation emphasizes how the institution should collaborate with other research bodies and contribute towards society. Next. Now, that is important that under this revised accreditation system, how to develop leadership in the research. So developing leadership, research and innovation, that is much needed. To develop it, new education policy has envisioned to establish National Research Foundation and funding this outstanding peer-reviewed research. So this is peer-reviewed research that is important for actively seeding research in universities and colleges. But it is also important to look at the percentage of GDP that is investment in research and compared to any other countries. In India, it has been shown decline in the last decades. When we see that it was 0.84% in 2008, it was reduced to 0.69% 2018, and the trend is continued. But look at the other countries. It is 2.8% of GDP in US, 2.1% GDP in China, 4.3% GDP in Israel, 4.2% in South Korea. Now see this, in small countries, they are putting more emphasis on education. That is why I said in the previous that sustainable development goals, education is very important. And when we evaluate this in terms of education, we see that definitely what we are suffering more is that we have pumped up still less money in higher education. Number of researchers per lakh population, when we look at compare it, in India it is 15. It is 111 in China, 423 in United States, and 825 in Israel. That is a number of researchers per lakh population. We also lag behind in number of patents. Now, recently, it is no trend has, of course, there that more and more patents are coming and more publications are produced, but still it is very meager. According to World Intellectual Property Organization report of 2017, 13.82 lakh patent application that was there from China, 6.7 lakh from USA, 0.47 lakh from India, which is 68%. These are made by non-resident Indians. Now look at this. So this is a figure is highly skewed. Now coming to share of scientific publications as reported by United Nations Science Foundation, 17.8% in US, 18.6% in China, 4.8% in India. Now, so you can well imagine the imbalance. The quality of Indian publication, this is very touching, that's much lower than global standards. Although the total publication in India, that stands at the 5th position, but they are much lower position in 11th position in terms of citation impact. Now, if a publication doesn't have a citation impact, what is the use of these publication? These are just putting on papers. None of Indian institution is among the top research institutions. We are talking much about it, that institution should do well, come in top institution, and still this we have to achieve. So far achievement is not satisfactory and up to the mark in this respect. Next. Now, if you analyze major impediments in research and innovation, these are: number one, the absence of integrated and comprehensive approach towards funding, research and innovation. I have talked about it, and monitoring of the outcome. That is also very important. But more important is there is lack of cognitive and critical thinking at large in section of our students. But there are very important factors for developing leadership in research. We are seeing lack of research culture and mindset in our university and colleges. There is lack of research infrastructure. I'm talking more and more about this, that the autonomous colleges must be research oriented, must have research component in them. Only they can be said that they can be degree awarding institution they are becoming after recently. There is lack of research infrastructure in most of the institutions. Duplication of effort that is there. Rampant plagiarism in research that is, of course, and the made up degrees that is rampant. Now, this RAF envisions for comprehensive approach in transforming quality and quality of research and higher education in India. Under this NEP, what we have seen, that a research foundation that will provide reliable base, it will be formulated still after 2 years. It has to come. I must say that 2 years have passed when the NAF, this National Education Policy was there. But this research foundation, it has still shortly to come up. But this will perform merit-based. It will be there for funding, but it will be equitable. It will be the applications will be pre-reviewed. Research funding to help develop culture and research in the university. It will of course help greatly. There is a proposal of establishing innovation and research institute and research councils. Certain institutions, they will be upgraded. They will be higher education. There will be research institutes also. There will be established in different higher education institutions in a coordinated by national mission projects. Now, beside financial support and coordinated efforts, it is of paramount importance to strengthen our PhD ecosystem. I'm sure that these autonomous colleges will go on striving for introducing PhD in their colleges. Otherwise, even if the universities are not encouraging, go on doing it. And I'm hopeful that there will be ray of light in this respect, because this is very important to enhance the image of the institution, particularly when you are emphasizing autonomy and you are exercising autonomy. Now, this is core to produce research leaders. Now, productive doctoral scholars is very vital and are absolute necessity for higher education ecosystem. Some of the parameters they go into defining the PhD ecosystems are requiring to tend to have better research leaders. Doctoral scholars are in fact custodians of discipline. That is why I'm emphasizing that PhD research is very, very important. You are having young mind for interaction and also source of development of newer multidisciplinary areas. A sustainable entry of committed doctoral student is essential to grow the next generation into academics. It is important to maintain vitality and research movement in disciplines, because research and teaching you can't separate until you have precision in research. You can't make excellence in higher education. You can't bring novelties. You can't bring innovation in and excellence in education. Several factors, of course, affect recruitment of doctoral students. These can be several reasons for these motives behind choosing to invest time in doctoral research. Most people do it because they see it as a passport to the particular career, mostly in academics. Some as part of their professional development, and few do it out of their simple curiosity and personal intellectual satisfaction. But more important is interest and truthfulness to evaluate the research results rather than mending result as per hypothesis, which has been discouraged and seen many times. Next. Now it has been seen that about 1/3 of full-time doctoral students are funded in research councils and thus remains the largest single external resources of doctoral funding. It is not from not the form which is in different institutions, but of course, which is funding is how the funding is released. Unfortunately, it is quite unsystematic and irregular. We have discussed it many times that giving funding by regulatory bodies at the time of on 29th of March or 28th of March, it is just ridiculous. It is no institution can spend such monies within 1 or 2 days. So this is the facts are known, but certain these compulsions are there because of this system is working like that. It has to improve. Rather, this should be smooth and regular to provide free environment to free scholars, and scholars should be they concentrate more on research. In the last 2 decades, the status of PhD scholars has been diluted due to emergence of private players. Another factor is the way of credit of research work that has been conducted in API scores. What has been done for promotion of faculty? This has no doubt pushed up the number of PhD students and number of research papers, and quality of both went down significantly. Now the level has gone low. This is deterioration is seriously affecting the acceptance level of PhD degree in job market. So days that PhD degree, what we use the highest degree, certain and many times it doesn't bring any type of job in the market. Next. There are, of course, a number of issues which are in such scenario, which need to be tended for developing leadership in research. There is decline in performance in universities and colleges, as it is clear from positions in international ranking, low quality of research, irrelevant and repetitive research, imperfect non-functional linkages, large number of MOUs, but non-implementation of these MOU is there, low incentives and to attract talent, non-recognition of meritorious students, low enhancement of postdoctorate research, few center of excellence in research, and low and slow adoption of new technologies. These all should be looked into. It can very well be judged from citation impact of research publication. It is data of 2018 from Indian the scholars. It was 1.367, from US 3.013, from China 1.526, and from Germany 3.070. So we have to travel a lot in this respect. Next. Beside this, low citation index has large share of predatory publication. This is because of large size of it is higher education sector. A study of dozen media organization published in Nature Asia says India is one of the biggest global hub of predator publishings. David Mather, an author, it has published in Natures. It says researchers from India made up 27% of senior authors in fake journals and biomedicines. Now, Shen and York in 2007, these two authors, they said that of all the articles published in various fake journals from 2010 to 2014, 35% were from Indian authors. Whereas Darius discouraged this, he discovered that 62% standalone fake journals are published in India. In 2017, Indian researchers contributed 10.4% fake articles, whereas US-based researchers only 1%. Now, this plagiarism is another country also, but the level is different. Percentage is different. It's very meager, very minor in other developed countries like US, as I mentioned here, in Germany, in other countries. But in India, it's 10 times more. The UGC committee, even once a constituted committee to found this, and a community found this, that over 300 predatory publications bring out journals that claim to be international and published papers that change ranging from $30 to $1,800 per piece. So see how much charge. Every day you find on your email, submit journal and pay this money, the paper will be published. Next, some of the prominent publishers featured in this investigation, these were Omics, Austin. Now these are all reputed publishers, Science Domains, IAEME, and IOSR journals. Now these are all reputed journals, and even then it is there, which together brings out over 1,200 journals and subjects ranging from medicines to management. Why this happens is surely due to shortage of good training to produce good researchers or leaders or research, and that is at PhD level, which is a research training degree. The students on the teachers will perform what type of research they get. Now, assessment of PhD work too needs to be revamped very thoroughly. Additionally, the examiners have focused almost exclusively on thesis submitted by students through an evaluation by internal committee, followed by external examiners, and finally oral defense of the thesis, generally called viva voce. Perhaps examiners need to remind that it is PhD, not merely a casual evaluation. It has generated some good thought, as it many times I have seen that when you go for viva's conduct examination, you sit in all type of tea, 10 type of these toast, 10 type of sweets, 10 type of samosas, they come on the table, and I ask that go and enjoy it. But the focus on viva voce, that is diluted. What type of evaluation it is? Should the primary emphasis on this examining the thesis to be a process, or what an appropriate mix of all these two? This has to be thought. Should the examination process be adjudged keeping in view of the special circumstances, workday professional doctorate? If so, then how it can be achieved? Yet to be seen is, of course, close examination on open vivace examination. Perhaps later this open vivace examination is more desirable. Should the focus rest on thesis as sole evidence of scholarly output without any requiring evidence or scholarly output such as publication, peer review, they should be introduced. Therefore, with these discussion points, it can easily be seen that PhD program is very specialized one. It is training for introducing into institution. Any administration, any administrative head should think twice that when you are getting it, you have to maintain quality. You have to maintain quality so that your name of the institution is made. Because the autonomous institution, university, they have to provide degrees themselves. If nobody else, you have to make all these checks. Some of the essential or core attribute of PhD scholars can be considered are just intelligence, to be thoughtful, intellectual, curiosity, distinguished between true and false. Perseverance is very important. One should have fortitude to investigate with irrational ambition, particularly when one pushing the boundaries of knowledge. Patience, PhD surely tests one's patience. Creativity, necessity for enabled to solve problems and have not been tried, which has not been tried earlier. Students get discouraged by what I always say that negative results also sometimes useful, and there are PhD which have been given on negative results also. The scholar, because those results are very important. The scholars need to be comfortable with ambiguity and independent and thoughtful and in their actions. There has to be great need to push reforms. There is need to be thinker, not just specialists. Train PhD students to be doctor of philosophy. When philosophy reflects more, their mere obtaining degree should be meaningless. Develop research leaders who are creator of the problems. Push for interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. There is acute need for flexible governance, structure, and co-supervision of resource sharing. There should be more autonomy and credible pool of supervisors for evaluation of thesis as to ensure quality of PhD programs. PhD scholars should be treated as national resources and national builders, national leadership, research leadership, is based on bringing precision in higher education as well. Since teaching and research are inseparable, and no knowledge can be possible if research is not of a good quality and in the research. Next. All these points, of course, they cover it to say that there is urgency of revamping the system of higher education with research that will only help to nurture aspiration of the growing youth and build up research leadership. Revised accreditation framework has brought up new hopes and provided it is implemented with sincerity and commitment. Now, while we are yet to fully accomplish education for all and right to education, this is what I was seeing from last speaker. She has put this one slide. I was thinking on the same line that right to education, we must plan equity, expansion, and excellence, and synergistic mode. Right to education is important. Still more important is right way to education. Right to education should go along with right way of education and research in higher education and institution. The key features of 21st century research and education is research in innovation and innovation in research. Failure to recognize this exigency is sure to demolish demographic dividend. As we are talking about this, we are having youth, we are having demographic dividend, which is not in many countries. But the whole process will be meaningless if we don't follow this as a research which we boast of. In the present day world that is witnessing rapid progress in scientific technology, industrial level revolution, job disruptions, the only way to be successful is acquiring skill and competitiveness of global standards without further delay. And this has come through all these relevant and competitive research and what has been now mentioned in revised this accreditation framework. Also, when we need to innovate in research for our own sake, we should keep a track of global trends while making innovation in order to stay competent and relevant now and in future. In our inventions, discoveries, scientific advancements, we should become trendsetters. We should not be just followers. They can be enrich only one, of course, here, but not internationally. Next. And the last, there is need to bring change in education, change in research, change is must. We know change or perish. That should be the slogan. And now the new norm, they should be brought. The fast changing scenario underworld, we have to cope up. Research is an organic entity. There is no room to be irrelevant, stagnant, and become fossilized. An International Commission of Education in 21st century of UNESCO, it recalls for major pillars, four major pillars of research. One is research to know, research to do, research to live together, and research to be. Regarding research-related illiteracy, Alvin Toffler has said, the illiterate of 21st century will not be those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, or relearn. Trends in 21st century research and education call for a change in the mindsets of researchers and inspire leadership in education and policymakers. We are aware that NAAC has already set certain benchmarks. In relatively short duration of 27 years, only its accreditation has got recognition and respectability. Revisions made on basis of feedback of stakeholders are getting good response. Along with NRI ranking and now NAP in place, revised accreditation framework is expected to bring excellence through enhancement of quality and education, higher education in the country. With all this, next, I thank you all for your patience, and I thank the organizer particularly who have given me this opportunity to be with you, to share certain thoughts, and my statements sometimes I do find must be very acute and hard, but these need to be followed. These are all on experience based. These are all on literature based. These are already on committee discussion based. So if you, of course, this is not a one-day process which should be followed, but if you make good foundation, you can have good results. Thank you very much once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Can we have a quick round of question answers?
Yes, please.
Do you have time? Sir, I just have one addition or one request, because you are part of many committees. When India is lacking in quality of research, I think two factors also need to be considered. One is a time allocation given to teachers. So when we look at even UGC regulations 2018, it still say a lot of workload, whereas in US professors have to take one paper in one semester and then the complete semester is off for the research. So time given to the teachers to do dedicated research is very less in India in comparison to other countries. And secondly, the literature. We don't have access to good journals. They're very expensive. No institution, even the well-reputed institutions like IITs, they cannot afford Web of Science or the other search engines which are really required to assess these journals. Whereas if a central pool can be formed, for example, UGC can give access to all the colleges with the login and password that they can download the papers. Because if we don't read good literature, how we can give our mind a thought?
Well, both the questions are highly relevant. I'll take first the time to teachers. This has been discussed not in one way. This has been discussed at many forums, at many ways. Sometimes it up to the extent the discussion went along this. Should we have research in colleges? Our discussion went up to this extent that should we have research component in the colleges? No, this is very important. That this is what I have mentioned in one of my slide also. That this is how the institution should formulate their coursework in a way that teachers should have 1 semester or 1.5 semester free for research. This is for the institution to form in such a way. Of course, I fully agree. There are different type of certain examination responsibilities, certain college responsibilities, certain other than teaching, along with teaching also. I mean, teachers are given more responsibility, more so in private institutions or private funded institutions than government colleges institutions. Well, that is all right. The distinction can be there, but teachers have to do a lot other than teaching work also. But it is also there that this has to be seen within the institution, that a course curriculum or the timetables or these provisions should be made in such a certain way that, say, once a year or twice a year, a teacher should have 1 semester relatively free. You give him her or her only one course, and I mean it will be on a rotating basis. That particular teacher, he should have less workload in 1 semester, say after 1 year, say after 2 years, say even after 3 years. This policy can only work. But if you say that research should totally not be there, I think the institutions, they are just becoming on rut. Course curriculum comes from UGC, ask the teachers to prepare it, deliver it, and then of course this is rut basis sort of institutions. Institution, what I have mentioned, research is provides lungs to institution. This is very important. So this point is thoroughly very important, that times to the teacher should be given, and like on rotating basis, that a semester should be free. Or for this, it is more important to send teachers to other institutions, to send them abroad, or to send there to, that is why accreditation, well accreditation from A+ to A+, send them her to other institution and ask her to do research they are not teaching. That means just sparing one teacher in after 2 years, after say some time, or say after 5 years in career of a teacher, once after 4 years in a teacher. That type of things can work to compensate time. But the question is important. Research needs time, of course. That's important. Second, your point is literature. Literature is very costly. Now these online journals, these cost is very high. Many times we have moved to this idea that there should be networking of libraries. For example, these universities are there. Now, see, many universities, they don't allow the students or teachers from other institutions to enter the library. What kind of resources are there? These resources are public resources. Sometimes back, I tried to have this collaboration between a private institution and a government institution library. I didn't get good response, but then I, of course, took it firmly that these library networking should be there. When networking is there, then members from other institutions, they should also be member of particular library. Maybe institution pays certain amount to that particular library. That, of course, can be worked out. And here is need to develop a memorandum of understanding with other institutions. Say, for example, your area, they should develop this MOU with this GNDU, develop this understanding with the technical university. Now IITs are coming up. So this type of working is very important. Otherwise, this literature, of course, it's beyond reach for a personal scholar or even an institution to have all these access to all these journals and this ICT, this online journals are, of course, very costly. They should not be there. And then it should be resource sharing. This is very important. If it's, when I say that a teacher should be sent to other institution, whatever literature, whatever things, of course, it generate there, that should be brought to the college and be shared with other colleagues. That should not be personal to that person. So resource sharing and knowledge sharing and these infrastructure sharing, that only this can be done. Otherwise, if you share that single institution, one institution have all these things, and all journal, even that is not possible. I have experience of Punjab Agriculture University, and even that university, big library, MS Randhawa Library is one of the best in Asia. Even then the resources are not complete. So that is why in that way now, all these vice chancellor at that time took out this and ICR took this. Now all these agricultural universities, they are interlinked and they are now having these resources, sharing these resources. If online journalism is one place, it should be shared with other agriculture university on the same pattern. So resource sharing is very important so far as literature is concerned. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So that is very comprehensive. But I think what you're saying is absolutely right. This is the only way to go ahead. And research enhancement is important. But then, so there probably we need to, what you just said, that we need to have a common platform where every institution, can list the resources available, and it should be thrown open to any scholar who needs to check it out. So उस तरह का कुछ networking का अगर हो जाए तो बहुत अच्छा resource बन सकता है सभी researchers के लिए. दूसरा सर एक मेरे को आप इतनी committees में your voice can be heard till the the most influential bodies of higher education. So one thing that I would like to share is that when it comes to research, I think the policymakers should be more, aware of the requirements of the institution by way of, more investments in higher education, more we talk, people like you and all of us, we discuss things and we agree with this. But then as an administrator of a college, and I see other institutions, I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for many institutions where brilliant people are sitting, but they don't have the wherewithal to give facilities, including time, to their teachers to research. So I think this kind of sensitization has to be done at the level where facilities need to be given. And also, sir, the higher education, constantly the demand is there that needs to more funds, which might trickle down to the institutions, to the smallest of institutions, which is not happening. Now, RUSA, for example, had all these provisions, but sadly, not a single benefit, any monetary benefit has ever come to any college. At least I can speak for my state. So these are the problems which as the heads of institution are, we are like blessed with a better infrastructure and, but then there are hundreds of institutions in our state which cannot perform because of lack of resources. And also Punjab especially, as you are aware, sir, facing such a huge problem of brain drain. And our students, the best of them, they are deserting the state for precisely these reasons, that quality education cannot be provided in many cities, many colleges which have the proximity to their state or their village or their city. So these are the issues that we have to sensitize, and not only sensitize, but practically something should happen about this.
Thank you. Your points are very valid and experience-based, I must say. All these points are coming out of your experience and very useful. I must share that once we were only 5-6 years back, we were just preparing a roadmap for research of different institutions and colleges and higher educations. This was UGC committee. We had 16 meetings, number of 16 meetings. And all meetings, they went, of course, overboard. Sometimes 6 hours, sometimes 7 hours, sometimes even late at night. Ultimately, there were many points which emerged out of that meeting. That was particularly for this, that in colleges, it is important to have this component, provided research grant is there. And the research grant is very important. At that time, what we were looking, research grant for university, there should be separate head. Research grant for colleges, that should be totally separate head. And then, of course, number of colleges are many. Then there is need to identify colleges. They have, there is no use of wastage of grant. We have very limited grant, it cannot be wasted. Where you can find that your grant can bring some good result, and then prepares these institutions as a focal point, as central point in a region, as the autonomous colleges are now there. Say in a region, you have 1 or 2 colleges to whom where the grant has been pumped into. Their good facilities have been developed. Other colleges should have access to those facilities. Say that all facilities can be developed in all the colleges. It is not possible. It's simply thinking that it's beyond the possibility of anything. So that type of thing was at that time saying that it should be done in a way. Second, the other point came very important. For example, any institution should strive to develop a niche area. Now you are having multidisciplinarity is coming, and if institutions say that you can excel in all the fields, again it's a diluting of all the efforts. But the institution can identify 1 or 2 areas where they can excel, where they can sell their name, where the niche area. So if one has one, another has one, another has one. Then resource sharing, then if you have certain good niche area, other institution will come request you to have MOU and share your facility. And same way you can expire that what you are not having, you can get from them. Only then it is possible, because research funding, as I said, that this is, you can see the history of this. This is definitely discussions have been taken out. Then this. Azadi Ka Maha, so on this way, that what type of, how much we have spent in higher education, the amount is highly unsatisfactory. Of course, when we say that certain place a rosy picture is given, but otherwise we say that it is not appropriate. If you're not putting a good amount of GDP in research, those things we are saying that it should be 6 at least 6, but we are not having 0.85, 0.3, what is 0.1 even? So what is this? So that is very, we are not, I have mentioned in my talk, and this is touchy also. 2 years have passed, but now the research foundation has not been established till now, which was, we were hoping that this will give a boost to research. This was that at that time it was 60,000 crores of rupees will be pumped into this funding, research funding, and institution will be getting it. But still, it has to come at. I mean, things are coming at low pace. When we talk about it and we put up this question, they say that okay, now even the status of UGC that has to be revamped on these sort of pillars, they have to be established in UGC, and sometimes HACI, sometimes UGC. Oh, this research funding can be. So things move slowly, but it should be in the right direction. Madam, you are 100% right. I mean, this is, I again say, this is an experience-based point which are made. But of course, limitations at national level. And वही है ना, हमारा तो ये है कि करते जाओ, अपना फर्ज तो करते जाओ ना.
We try to do our best, but then as an autonomous college, we are expected to have research at par with the parameters of NAAC are at par with the universities. But you imagine comparatively, we are dry as far as the research facilities and grants from the government are concerned. But the parameters are same, with the universities. So this is something which is which needs attention. Why I'm saying this? Because during this seminar, it's good to bring this to your notice, because you are one of the people who go ahead, sit in the committees, so you can probably put across this in a better way, because you are both a policy maker participant as well as an experienced academician.
This is perfectly all right, and that's why I say that we get certain feedback also when we discuss certain things at grassroots level, at the stakeholders level. And I must say that by and large, it's not that it's not known to policymakers. Let me share this experience.
Yes,
this is all known.
Exactly what I'm saying. Yes. Yeah.
This is all known.
मैं ये कह नहीं रही थी जो आपने कह दिया.
This is all known. I mean, so, but at certain points, we also say that, okay, these are our recommendations. These are a strong recommendation. But and then, of course, that where it has to be accepted, where from the funds had to come, where has to. Sometimes you prepare certain policy, you prepare certain document, it goes. But how it is implemented, let me share that we also sometimes feel that the prepared was something else, but implementation is, of course, delayed. That time that takes sort of things, encouragement, discouragement, and then, of course, you take up. But of course, these points are there. Points are very valid points, and they should be taken into. What a point come to mind, institution like you are also doing it. Your institution can have some alumni support, and that can help you developing certain good facilities. Say once we put this idea in one institute that okay, if any NRI with this certain amount, we will give this laboratory against his name. So and so laboratory, and then of course we established few laboratories like this. For example, in PAU, Gurdev Khush laboratory is there. He gave 3 crore rupees. So some sort of area you have to explore certain points. और आपकी जगह तो लोग लेक्चर से थोड़ा इधर उधर जा रहा हूँ मैं, लेकिन लोग जो डेरे बाबा को ज्यादा देते हैं, कॉलेज वालों को दें सब.
ठीक बात है सर. और बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी जो दुनिया की है, वो एल्यूमनाई ने ही उसको बॉइंट रखा हुआ है. चाहे वो हार्वर्ड देख लो, चाहे वो
yes.
उनकी तो फंडिंग ही सारी उनसे आती है. लेकिन हमारे ये कल्चर सर डेवलप होने वाली है. I attended the program of this fundraising at Harvard University as my third program. But you believe me, I have tried my best. We totally lack in this culture. जो आपने बात कही वो बिल्कुल सही है. उस कल्चर को डेवलप करने की जरूरत है.
बिल्कुल.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and your valuable inputs and your exhaustive presentation as well. It will help us forge ahead and enhance the quality of higher education. We are sure that your presentation will work wonders on all of us. Thank
आप
you
तो
so
सर
much.
वैसे भी हमारे कॉमन आप हमारे मेंटर हैं, so it's
Yes.
time you visit the institution. We would
Thank
like
you
to
very much.
get more mentorship from you.
And that will be a good opportunity and pleasure. Thank you very much, madam. All my good wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so.
Thank you.
So it had been a wonderful session, and we'll go for a break, a short break for say 20 minutes and get back at around 2 for yes, sharp 2, as we have been sticking to time and have been very punctual. So we'll be back by 2 p.m. again to have a very enriching session by Dr. Renu Bhardwaj. Thank you, everyone. See you. We'll catch up soon.
Video off करना है, meeting end.
You to share.
So we are back after a short break and a very stimulating and enriching session. Now we are back for the post-lunch session, and we have Dr. Renu Bhardwaj with us and Madam Principal right now with us. So I seek Principal Ma'am's permission to start the
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So it gives me immense pleasure to say a word about Dr. Renu Bhardwaj, Professor, Department of Botanical and Environmental Sciences, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. An exceptionally endowed personality that she is, her academic and research ventures make an overwhelming tally. Supervision of 40+ research scholars, 16 research projects, whopping 130+ book chapters, participation in national and international conferences throw ample light on her erudition and acumen. Her awards and honors make a rich and imposing tally, some being Senior Scientist Award 2013, Scientist of the Year Award 2014, Shiksha Ratan Puraskar, Nation Builder Award 2015, Eminent Scientist of the Year Award 2016, Ecologist of the Year Award 2017, Academic Brilliance Award, and the list seems endless. This much sought after personality has been sanctioned travel assistance to attend international conferences at Czech Republic and Russia, and has also been awarded with various fellowships. Ma'am, your valuable inputs during your long association with KMV have been to our tremendous benefit. Without further verbal interference, I invite Dr. Renu Bhardwaj for her invited talk.
Dr. Madhumeet, thank you so much for this very wonderful introduction of Madam Renu. But let me add one more thing. All efforts of education are ultimately towards making better human beings, to build a cohesive and a very peaceful society where people relate to each other in a very kind and a very positive manner. To that effect, I want to say that along with the academic brilliant achievements of Dr. Bhardwaj, she's an extremely brave, extremely pleasant, approachable, and very, very friendly persona. Dr. Bhardwaj, we are very indebted to you for all the contribution that you have been making to the people around you by way of your interactive, help that you provide to everyone. At least here at KMV, we have amply got that share of goodness from your end. So I think as such a good human being, I had to compliment, because as I said, an educationist or any other, adjectives that go with people they fall short of the reality if the human angle is missing. So to that effect, you are a complete personality. We appreciate you, and thank you for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for very nice and kind words. In fact, these words should have been conveyed from my side for you, because it had always been a very, very pleasant time with you, and that is the best time which I spent in your company. And at the same time, we learned so many things from each other, And this is all the result of the constant learning, the dynamic people behind you or in front of you who make you, learn the things and the value system to inculcate in your day-to-day work. So I owe everything to the people from whom I had been, made what I am today. So anyway, ma'am, this next workshop, I must congratulate that this is the need of the hour. Every institution should go into it for introspecting the quality parameters and all the things which are required from the institutions dealing with the higher education. And since KMV is one such pioneer institute in its region, as well as it's a institution, a pride institution of the GNDU University, whereby this institution had always been, coming forward for all the kind of academic activities, whether they are in the curricular or extracurricular or sports field, and organizing the workshops, taking out the training programs and updating the skills and the knowledge of the staff and the student. So this effort of yours is continuation of your already taking such initiatives which will add the quality, and certainly it will benefit to a greater extent, since Dr. Chal was there and he's a working and moving encyclopedia of knowledge and dealing with all the issues related to the higher education, sitting on a higher chair. Regarding quality assurance, when we talk about just a brief of this, that we had national education policy in '86, and now also after that it was realized that the quality assurance is necessary for higher educations to introspect. Is my slide moving?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So the NAAC was constituted the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. And as you know, the constitution of NAAC, the Journal Council and the Executive Council, which had been there with the chairperson of UGC is the president of the Journal Council, and the chairperson of EC is which is the executive committee, is the eminent academician nominated by the president of GC. So the vision of NAAC, we know that it's to assure the quality in higher education through a combination of external and internal qualities, evolution, promotion, and sustenance technologies. So for all this, the periodic assessment and accreditation, teaching, learning, and research, and other parameters related to governance, they were considered to be introspected at regular intervals of time. And when we see the self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy, innovations, quality-related studies, consultancies, training programs, and to collaborate with all the stakeholders of higher education for quality evaluation and all these parameters. And these are the core values which will ultimately lead to contributing to the national development, because higher educations are dealing with the human resource, and to capacitate the human resource to meet the needs of economy, society, and country as a whole will lead to better development of any nation. Fostering global competencies among the students, because these higher educations are to be innovative, creative, and entrepreneurial in their approach. So they may establish the collaborations with all the stakeholders around them. Maybe these are industries or other neighborhood societies or GOs or NGOs, or so that they create a relationship between the world of competent learning and the world of skilled work. Then certainly these all things will inculcate the value system among the students, because these will be reflected through the faculty, through the management, through the peers of the persons who have been dealing with the higher education from time to time as resource persons, or as training providers, or as on different conferences or events, they had been interacting with the faculty and the students. So ultimately, the need of today, because today is a world of technology, and promoting the use of technology, specifically the information and communication technology, and the artificial intelligence is coming out a big way. So taking AI into all your programs who are related with your teaching learning processes and using the electronic resources is the dire need of the time. And ultimately it will be these all things have to be taken for the excellence. So for the nation building and the skill development of the students will be correlated with this, because the highly skilled human resource will lead to highly technologically upgraded and technologically better nation, and certainly it will contribute to the world a big way. So when we talk about assessment and accreditation of the higher education, now NAAC has made 7 parameters, but these parameters we revolve around these parameters related to teaching learning, related to the governance, related to research, related to academic programs, and how all the stakeholders, right from management to the faculty members, to the administrative staff, to the students, the parents, the employers, the community, the alumni, and all the stakeholders, they come forward and they are contributing for the overall development of an institution. So quality assurance is expected to serve as a catalyst. In fact, it's a catalyst for institutional improvement, promote innovation, and strengthen the urge to excel. So once we have the excellence before us, that this institute has to attain the level of excellence in a particular field or overall activities, being a pride institution, a component of the higher education system. So when we talk about these are the 7 parameters which are quality indicator frameworks related with the NAAC assessments, which we fill in the SSRs, and we shall now review what latest developments are there which are to be augmented from these 7 parameters: the curricular aspects, the teaching learning, research, infrastructure, student support, governance, institutional values, and the best practices. So the first criterion which we talk about, curricular aspects. This is related with the program options or the courses which we are offering. So how many programs an institution is offering and how many courses are there. The national education policy these days is emphasizing more in the interdisciplinary approach and the multidisciplinary approach or the transdisciplinary studies. So all those such courses are to be brought forward, or the existing courses are to be made in such a way that they cater to the need of wide variety of those students, whether they are from one discipline or from one program to another program. So these interdisciplinary programs are to be taken out so that to meet the emerging national and global trends. And at the same time, it should also be relevant to the local needs, because we have to come out with the local geographical indicators, the state level policies, national level policies, and the world level sustainable developmental goals, which have been set by either UNO or UNESCO from time to time. So these are the responsibilities of different nations to meet all those indicators. So those indicators, if they are time bound, they are for 5 years or for 10 years or for 15 years, a vision is needed to attain those goals and to move in that particular direction with the current developments all over. So in addition to this, the diversity and academic flexibility on the career orientation or multi-skill development, because these days the courses are, they are being taken to be multi-skills. So if they are giving multi-skills to the learner, so that by learning those skills, one is able to employ oneself. So these stakeholders in curriculum updating, the ones from industry, the ones from IPR, the ones from technology, the ones from computational aspects, the ones from artificial intelligence. So all those experts need to be made a part of the board of controls or the preliminary design making constitutional bodies, and then the departmental level, and then the faculty level, or then the institutional level. So the inputs coming right from them, from the industrial sector, what exactly the industry wants us to make the syllabus which could be useful for catering the students to the industry, as well as the IPR section, because in the times in the current times, more emphasis is being paid on IPR, and our honorable Prime Minister also emphasizes that we should come forward for the intellectual property rights. We should हमारा जो धरोहर है, हमारी जो संस्कृति है, हमारी जो cultural heritage है, इसको हमें संभाल के रखना है और इसको हमें patent करके रखना है, so that it is not managed by anybody else. So all the biodiversity, whether that is flora and fauna, whatever is around us, whatever national wealth is around us, in the form of plants, in the form of animals, these plants and animals, whether they are aquatic, whether they are terrestrial, if they are on the land, or if they are in the oceans, or because all these resources, the huge resources, we have to take care of ourselves. Recently in South, there had been, discoveries of huge resources of thorium. So this is a very, very good resource for nuclear power. So ultimately, if the power crisis the world is facing today because of the Russian and Ukrainian wars, the crisis which the Europe is facing, if we are having huge energy resources and our policies are made like that, the nuclear energy comes into enforce, or we can supply such for the raw materials for the nuclear energy, because huge thorium, after uranium, thorium is considered to be the better options. So all these things, if they are there, if they are in our, boundary within our country, we need to take the possession of it, and we need to take the legal framework that we do own these resources and they belong to us, and whatever intellectual property rights framework is applied on them, that has to be claimed. So until and unless we equip our students about our natural wealth which is around us and how to take care of it legally, because we have to create the documentation in support of it. So all these things which are latest developments, we have to frame our curricular aspects, and the IPR, though it was a part of the paragraph, or it was a mention of one topic in the syllabus, but now the ministry is coming forward that it should be taken at the undergraduate level, teaching the students of all the legal formalities, specifically in the area of IPR, and the IPR chairs are being established, and the all the peoples are being trained for. So higher education, they also need to come forward for their curriculum design and for taking out all such parameters to be augmented in their curricular aspects, which are the need of today, and which our country or our governance is emphasizing. So this curriculum design and development, when we talk about, we had already made out program outcomes, the program specific outcomes, and the course outcomes. But the main thing to be seen is that when we design a syllabus and take out all these program specific outcomes, at the end, when we leave the student with the degree, how much the student is prepared to attain those program outcomes, and what are the avenues or the openings or gateways for a particular student of a particular program to go into those gateways, and where is the market available. So now we make out program outcomes, course outcomes, but at the same time, the supplementary information which the student may need can be given, that after that, these are the opportunities, this is the market, these are the commercial aspects, and this way it can be helpful for you. For this, many institutions, they have made their incubation centers, they have made their counseling units, the guidance units, so the placement units, which prepare the students that you are having these skills, you have come out with these skills, you know these experimental things, you know this knowledge, and this could be used for either extension activities, or for the startups, or for idea pitchings, or for any such schemes which are coming forward, because government is coming out big way for startups. So for startups, entering into startups, before that, you need to develop an idea pitching, and that idea comes from only your syllabus. from your program outcomes or from your course outcomes, like what program will offer me what, and in what way I could be useful for entering into an independent entrepreneur or to an industry or to any market which is ready to take me with that degree and with that knowledge. So when we come to academic flexibility, as I told you, the interdisciplinary options and other facilitated by curricular transactions. When we talk about artificial intelligence, now artificial intelligence is coming in every subject. So this will be possible with augmentation of a particular subject with the computational persons, with the mathematical persons, with the statisticians. So those kind of collaborations and those kind of joint classes with the joint information, once it is discussed and the need of the subject, because the subject expert can tell the subject details and a person of artificial intelligence will be there to help to ease out the blending both the subjects together and then helping the subject expert. So this much of academic flexibility should be there, that the study which is interdisciplinary, it is multidisciplinary. There has to be inputs from the persons of different disciplines and ultimately shaping the career of a student or the skills of the students in such a way that they can be abreast with the latest developments of AI putting into their academic programs. So when we talk about curriculum enrichment, this curriculum enrichment, basically we emphasize more on cross-cutting issues which are relevant to the current pressing concerns. They may be of the national concern, they may be of the international concern, for example, gender, for example, environment, sustainability, human values, professional ethics, development of creative and divergent competencies. So whatever is needed from us, sitting from our own domain, sitting within our own subject, what is expected. If I'm a good, from home science, what is required from me? If I'm from science, what is expected out of me? If I'm from a life science or applied science or a food science subject or of any social science subject, what way I can contribute in achieving the national and international concerns which are related with either gender issues or with sustainabilities or with the human value systems. So all these things, they need to be taken because the developments are taking very, very fast. Even when we take, the society is changing a lot. Supreme Court is daily making new statements, and the new society which is coming out, it is altogether different from the conventional society. And when we talk about the new society has its own issues. They do have their own ifs and don'ts. There are positive things, there are negative things. So all those issues, they need to be addressed, and the study, a systematic and careful analytical study, need to be undertaken. And this will be possible only from the educational institutes who are having the students or the researchers or the stakeholders who want to take such programs and come out for policy making and for enforcement of different policies which are made time to time with the changing needs of the society. And ultimately, how do we know that this thing is going to help the society or economy or the environmental issues? By taking inputs from different stakeholders. We do have inputs from students, from alumni, from passing out students, from the parents, from the management, from all the sectors who are dealing with the higher education, and their feedback, because we see that the University Grants Commission is a apex body for higher education in India, and the UGC also enforces all the programs, and there are feedback redressal programs by which we have to give the feedback that how successful this program is going and what is the ratio of the people who have been benefited through this, what is the percentage of a particular sect or minorities or like this. There are so many issues by which we have to give the feedback systems. Second criterion deals with the teaching, learning, and evaluation. So teaching, learning, we know that this is thinking and investigation through the use of we use many pedagogical skills. These are the use of interviews, focused group discussions, debates, projects, presentations, experiments, internships, and application of ICT resources. And above all, the main thing, which is internship program, they are coming a big way, that where the students have to, and the new education policy also supports the last year of the undergraduate students or of the postgraduate students to be taken. They should undertake a project, and they should be, taking the internship program with the sector, where they feel that after passing out their program, they will be directly applicable or employable over those institutions or those industries. So before going finally into them for recruitments and all, they should undergo an internship program, so that they are well versed with what is expected out of them, what are the skills which are required over the time, and how to move about, so that it doesn't become a challenge, it doesn't become a resistance for them to move into an totally a kind of program which they have not thought that I will face this kind of platform. So making them at ease to get familiarized with the system where they are going to cater, the internship plays a very, very important role. And these internships, exposing them to higher educations, if they thrive for going into higher educations, choosing the best laboratories, choosing the best researchers, choosing out the best scientists, country over, and even the international programs. There are so many funding schemes, there are so many cultural exchange programs whereby all these students and the faculty, they can make collaborative programs, they can show their letter of interest to the laboratories or to the concerns or to the institutions where they want to carry out internship, and use of all those skills which are needed, because the kind of softwares which are coming for writing, the kind of software which are there for grammatical mistake checkup, the kind of softwares which are for the language checkup, the kind of softwares which tell you the plagiarism and the copyright, and the kind of softwares which are there to tell the quality of your work. So all those things are possible with the artificial intelligence. And what are those programs? One has to be equipped with all this information and knowledge, and should be imparted from time to time to the students. They should be made sensitized, they should be made aware of by conducting, as you are conducting one such workshop for the faculty. Similarly, these kind of technologically friendly kind of programs, the training programs being regularly conducted or organized for the better benefit of the students. So these key indicators of the criterion to basically focus on student enrollment. So this starts from your admission process, and the enrollment, the basic key for the enrollment is equity and wide access, having representation of students community from different geographical areas, socio-economical areas, cultural and educational backgrounds. And for this, you know that in the challenging time when the admissions are being challenged in the institutions because of the trend of going out, this has become a major challenge of taking out the students, going and approaching them to such backgrounds, which these backgrounds which are at the border areas, at the rural areas, at difficult geographical areas, and of the student community, which is also represented by different categories, the rurals, urbans, and male to female, all these things, they cater with the student enrollment and their diversity. So diversity comes out in the level of like how much variation over the years the institution is dealing with such category. And when we fill NERF, the National Institutional Ranking Framework of MHRD, there is a special indicator which tells that how much student diversity you are having. And in this student diversity, how many students of you are from the village background, for the rural background, from different geographical values and geographical areas, and diverse backgrounds, which could be a backward community as well as from different locales. So there is weightage of for an institution if it is catering to wide students diversity rather than being localized and catering to only local needs to a particular region. And when it comes to teaching learning process, the process has to be individualized, creative, and dynamic. The quality of learning is provided in the institution depends basically on teachers' readiness to draw upon such recently available technologies and to equip the teachers for the latest developments. They need to be attending the international workshops, the training programs which are conducted by MHRD or UGC or by NAAC or at various institutions at NAAC also. So they are providing such pedagogical skills which are there, and they vary with time to all the stakeholders, whether they are students, whether they are the faculty members, or they are the administrators. So vertically for all the levels, these kind of workshops, these are the latest skills which are required in this teaching profession or in the research or in the teaching learning process. They are made available, and certainly a learner-centered education is the need that a learner-centered education will be more effective if it is having or applying appropriate methodologies, which are, in a teamwork, which are in collaboration, and they make, a dialogue and interaction and group discussion rather than being a mono dialogue or a unilateral program. And the teacher profile and quality, certainly that makes the backbone of any higher educational institution, because the kind of the faculty they are appointing or recruiting, the kind of parameters they had been looking into, though there are minimum eligibility conditions, the minimum score to be acquired from moving from one category to another. But since it should not be the sole goal that this much minimum scale or minimum API score I have to achieve, but what additional I am learning as because my subject is demanding, because my field is demanding, and these latest developments are happening in my field. For this, I have to equip myself. No way, even if it crosses my API score, and even if I'm giving no advantage of the API score because I have crossed my API score and these marks I have attained, and these are sufficient from moving me to from one cadre to another. But the development which is there to help me in making my subject stronger and to help the students in more stronger way has to be augmented in the teacher profile and quality. And evaluation process and the reforms, because in the examination system, when we evaluate the students, the transparency of the examinations, the the students' access of seeing their papers which have been evaluated, or for going out for checking the marks which have been given, how much transparency, how many tight the schedule is being followed. And in this, the examination system they are regularly conducted, and they are well in time, and they are being followed with a strict timetable. The results are declared well in time. So all these things, they also contribute for the reputation of institution of higher learning. And when we see that these are the quality parameters, the examination system, the timely declaration of the results becomes a very, very important part, because specifically for the final students who have to take further admission or who have to go for appearing certain tests or interviews, they need the results with them. So this parameter is again included in NERF, and NERF also gives quite sufficient weightage for the conduct of examinations well in time, result declarations, and satisfaction of the students, as well as the passing percentages, the dropout ratio, and the other parameters which are related with the evaluation process. And students' performance and learning outcomes. So when we take out a result, the result if it is, I mean, more than 60%, 80%, 90%, if 100%, and what the program outcomes which we had set before framing that particular subject or for particular curriculum or syllabus for a particular course. How many, I mean, project outcomes have been achieved by the students towards the experimentation, towards their other evaluation processes, that becomes evident with the students' performance. So all the learning outcomes, they become, I mean, directly correlated with the students' performance. The better the students' performance is, it means they have learned in a better way and there had been a good delivery of the content. So all these things, the delivery of the content, the taking out the learner, how the learner is taking out those outcomes and how they are performing, and finally where are they moving. And then comes the students' satisfaction survey. Every institution has made a effective student satisfaction survey, and this is, I mean, formal or informal way through tutorials or through other informal interactive meets or with the formal programs, forms, etc. Also putting it on the institution's website, and even the UGC, they also have made the student grievance redressal or student satisfaction surveys, like are they happy with the program, or they feel that this program that needs to be replaced because the other subject is more required when they go for internship. And for this, the passing out students or the alumni or the students who have gone forward for fetching out different jobs in their market, they can give better feedbacks that what kind of syllabus is required. For example, if they have to appear for NET for entering into PhD or higher education, so what are the course contents which are required for NET, meeting all the topics mentioned in the NET, and what are the topics which they have not been covered at the UG or PG level. So all these things, they come out with their satisfactory survey. Once their satisfaction is achieved, certainly the student learning, the teaching learning motive is over. So when we talk about research, innovation and extension, as the research, when we talk about a proper research culture, the institution has to start with for the quality assurance. So when we go about quality assurance, these are the parameters, because even when recruiting the faculty or promoting the faculty in the graduate promotion schemes, okay, there are, when we fill PBS, performance-based appraisal system, there are, I mean, weightage for curricular aspects, but at the same time, there has to be a separate dedicated criterion, which is dealing with the category 3, which is dealing with the research. And in all those, like how many research papers, how many research projects, how many consultancies, how many extension activities, how much of e-content you have delivered and made, and all those video lectures which are coming on MOOC or coming on SWAYAM Pathshala or on such other platforms, what the organization is contributing in that direction. So all these things, they come under the criterion 3, the resource mobilization, and at the same time, how much resources the institution is giving, because now many of the programs, I was seeing many of the projects which are these days coming out from Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Government of India, Ministry of Science and Technology. They want that 25% should be contributed by the institution, and only then they'll be giving 75% grant, the matching grant to them. So for that, a corpus needs to be generated at the institutional level, at the management level, so that they say that, okay, we are having this matching ground with us, that this grant is 25% with us already. And if given 75%, certainly we are able to run this program. And then there is an innovation ecosystem. In the innovation ecosystem, there's a need of developing the incubation centers. And for these incubation centers, for the transfer of the knowledge which the students have gained over the time, the institution conducts like workshops or seminars or IPRs or industry, academia, innovative practices. So all the stakeholders, they need to be brought on one platform, interact with the faculty. Faculty can offer what skills they are having and what kind of knowledge they are ready to give to the industry. For example, the food industry. And if there is a food technology department, what are the things which they have come out, which are, I mean, need of the hour. For example, the sugar-free recipes these days, and the garments which are, I mean, these textiles which are medically good, which are having antimicrobial or antibacterial fabric inside them, already woven inside them. And there are many such programs which are coming out, so that these industries, they are shifting their needs to the green technologies, the green products, and these kind of expertise could be available from the academia or from institutions. And certainly IPR is one such field which I already talked about, that the institution's responsibility is now more on taking care of the IPR and taking care of the huge wealth of whatever is around us, in the form of minerals, in the form of plants, in the form of animals, in the form of birds and everything. So in this, everything comes, whether that is living or non-living, all the kind of wetlands, all the kind of water resources, all the kind of, because the national, international wetlands within Punjab, the Harikek wetland, Roper wetland, Kanchli wetland, so all these wetlands, they are of international importance. They need to be conserved. There are specific programs. There are world agencies who are there to fund for the international Ramsar Convention sites. And once these international wetlands are declared within a country, it's a matter of, I mean, fetching more and more grants from UNO, from World Bank, from all these international agencies who are really in, I mean, going for water conservation strategies, for water harvesting, for groundwater recharging programs, or for not going the water table down much. These aquifers, they need to be regenerated. So there are many international programs which could be undertaken by the institutions. Then publication and awards, like the research publications, because these days we were seeing the PBS performer, and in that lot of emphasis has been given on the publications, whether you are the main author or the corresponding author or the sole author, there are maximum marks. If you are a co-author, there are different marks, and if you are co-authoring a book, there are different marks, there are different scores. If you have edited a book and you are edited it solely, there are different marks distribution. So all these parameters, when they come, we need to be, I mean, very, very particular where we are publishing and are we taking care, because for us, it's the UGC care list now, which is there at the UGC website, and only those journals are identified which are there in the UGC care. Not any other journal which is out of the scope of the UGC care, either they are cloned journals or the predatory journals, or the, I mean, the journals which are not refereed or peer reviewed or not recognized by UGC care list. No weightage is given to such publications, and one should not go, because any institution or any higher education institution going into publication, any faculty member going into publication of such substandard journals will fetch negative image for not only for oneself, but for the institution, because these are now considered to be malpractices, and ethically in the science and the research ethics, this is I mean, not considered good. So all these kind of publications, they should be predatory journals, they should be avoided. So all the research publications which we had carried out, specifically taking into the consideration of UGC care list. And for promotional policies, only UGC care list is coming forward. UGC has directly instructed that no other publication has to be taken into consideration. And the marks distribution for the first author, for the sole author, for the mentor, the supervisor, or if you are a corresponding author, the 70% weightage has to be given, and the 30% weightage if you are a part of the team. So when we come to consultancy, UGC has laid down very nice, a draft or the guidelines for carrying out an institution consultancy. And in this consultancy, whether that is related with the environment, whether that is related with the legal framework for domestic violence, for gender equity, or all other such programs for which we are teaching the students, this consultancy could be provided to the society, to the NGOs, to the self-help groups, or to the beneficiaries which are there dealing, and they could be given. And there are, reasonable payments for this. The principal, the rules had laid down that 25%. I think it has to be for the institution, and the 75% is for the teacher or a faculty who is providing the consultancy. So all these things, because people are looking at us, the municipal corporation. Recently, we held this Clean Air Day celebrated at the municipal corporation. So all the municipal councillors, they were to be made aware of the environment. So such collaborative programs with the society who are eager to come forward, who are eager to learn and enforce all these developments which are taking place, the academia or the institution experts, they need to come forward and provide extension or consultancy programs to such beneficiaries or the target groups. Similarly, the extension activities. So these extension activities, these are specifically under rural India programs, because it has been conveyed to the institutions to adopt few villages in the rural areas and made them as model villages. So those rural villages, they need to be selected, if not 5, at least 5, 3, 4, whatever number we can take to the nearby village and take out the problems related with the sanitation, related with the hygiene, related with the water, related with literacy, related with the infrastructure over there. So all these programs which the government is implementing, whether they are having the access or not, so the institution can become an instrument, or can become an connecting link between the institution and the rural India program. And there are specific programs under the deputy commissioners, and they are within their district, like how many villages are there, how many villages are border villages, how many villages are rural, and how many villages are not having the access of these facilities, or these programs have not been implemented. So any educational institution should come forward, make surveys, give out the recommendations, help in policy making, and certainly these programs are undertaken. So an institution which is vibrant in all these issues on such extension activities, making directories of male to female, or making directories of certain diseases, how prevalent cancer is, how prevalent diabetes is, how prevalent some other disease is, or some other epidemic. So these people of this particular belt are facing what health issues or what health problems. So making out such inventories or directories are the wealth of a particular institution for which these kind of extension activities have been undertaken. And certainly for all this, you need to collaborate. And these days, when it comes to infrastructure, for instrumentation, for equipment, the sophisticated instruments are being provided to the institutions under collaborative programs. And Sathi is one such scheme of Department of Science and Technology, because in that they say that you make a consortium of the institutions, 4 to 5 institutions should come forward, and then one becomes a nodal center, and the rest 3 or 4 institutions, they become partner of that consortium. And this consortium should come out that in this region we are having these many students, this much infrastructure is needed, this instrument is needed, and they can make such programs. And these programs are encouraged only when you are having a formal teamwork, a proper collaboration with your neighboring institutions. And this infrastructure and learning resources, and certainly once we are having the infrastructure, the teachers, the students, the staff, everybody, and the neighboring people, the people from industry, people from academia, they can come forward. Even the industry can have the joint projects for using those facilities, and the institution can come out with the payment charges for recurring charges for meeting the analysis of those samples for such infrastructures which had been created, and those institutions who are becoming nodal centers of such infrastructures. And for this, we talk about when physical infrastructures, the physical facilities, their maintenance, and the physical facilities related to curricular, to extracurricular, to administrative, to sports. The colleges, they are already, the higher education institutes are already into it. But the main thing is, if there is a national exposure, it has to be made international, and augmenting your students, motivating your students to enter into the national and the international needs of the national or the international programs, so that these physical facilities could help them to enter into international standards, because they had already been exposed to those international standards within their own institutions. And likewise, the budget is made so that there is a good proportion of the good division of the budget towards curricular, towards extracurricular, towards sports, towards other such friendly programs and administrative activities. And library, when we talk about physical infrastructure, library becomes a huge resource, learning resource, because these days automation of library is the thing. As I was telling, that artificial intelligence is playing a major role in all the developments. So quality assurance of any educational institute is assessed through its library, how the library is working, what are the systems, how much digitization has been brought into, how the cataloging has been done within the library, what is the issue, and how the books are maintained over there. So there are e-journals, there are e-books, what are the workstations provided for taking out the information from e-journals, and even the e-journals, how many times they have been consulted. There has to be proper record for e-books and other learning materials. And digitization of the library, and I'm very happy that GNDU has digitized its main library. That is worth visiting. I must say that the institutions who have not yet digitized their library, they must come and see it as a role model. And the digitization of the library has been, it's marvelous. And you go, it can recognize from your face, and there is issue of the books. There are electronic cataloging. You can be directed for going out and taking out a book, and the issue, everything has been digitized. And for this, we need to have the IT infrastructure. The institution of academic and administrative dealings or programs, they need to digitize, and for this IT infrastructure, that has to be enriched from all the angles. The maintenance of the campus infrastructure, specifically, it's not only the landscaping or the aesthetics, though they are a part of this outlook, but at the same time, the maintenance of the libraries, maintenance of the laboratories, maintenance of the instrumentation part, because most of the times the instruments are lying, but they're not working. And they're not working on account of the engineer's visits or the repair work and not having the adequate funds. So all these things, how friendly an institution can go for its maintenance of all its physical infrastructure and other infrastructure within the campus. So when we talk about student support and progression, so all these things which are required for student support, for example, there is provision for bridge and value-add courses, for organized guidance, and through scholarships and feeships and other materials, because we are catering to wide variety of the students, and every category of the student has its specific needs. So these needs to be undertaken from that perspective. And their progression to higher education system, or for national or international exams, how we have to make the transcripts, what are the international market demands of making the transcripts, how much weightage of particular credit to a course has to be given, meeting the needs of UGC, national and international, so that once the student goes out, they do not face specifically for the total program syllabus and the syllabus contents. And many of the times we see that in the seeing the syllabus, the references part, the books which are their recommended books, recommended list of books, that is very, very old. The books of 60s and 70s, they are going like that in many of the institutions. So that needs to be updated on regular basis, that you are recommending the learning material which is latest, which is of the year 22, 21, or of last 5 years, because the developments are taking so fast. Those new things will not be found in the old literature or the old reference books. So student participation and activities in all these programs makes another very attractive feature for the quality assurance and alumni engagement, because these days more emphasis is being paid for alumni and their feedback and their involvement in all the development of an institution. These alumni chapters at the level of state level or at the national level or at the international level. So those chapters need to be made, and these chapters further augmented with the, how the registration is to be done, what is the minimum fees, what are the websites which are there, what is the, clear accounts which are there, a transparent, clear account statement of the expenditures of the donations that need to be displayed on the website, which makes more alumni to contribute more and come out, because they know that the system is transparent and our funds, they are genuinely, utilized by the institution. The sixth criterion is related with the governance, leadership, and management. So this has to be, basically for the policies and practices. The policies and the practices which the institution is following in meeting out its vision, its mission, its planning the human resource, making the students fit for the suitable recruitments, for trainings and for performance appraisal, and at the same time, their financial management and overall role that has to be a sole responsibility of the governance, leadership, and the management. And in this, as I told you, that the vision and the mission, institutional leadership has to take forward, and this vision and mission should be sole for a particular institution, not because that particular institution is located at a point which is strategic. That institution may be catering to the variety of students, which also may be a strategic. So those policies, they need to be formulated. The vision needs to be formulated, seeing that thing in context, and certainly of the societies or the foundations to which that institution is affiliated to, or the institutions of the universities or the UGC, as well with a broader mission, like the vision that needs to be made into this. Strategy, development, and deployment for aligning the academics and administrative aspects, so that overall quality of the educational or the institutional provinces that improves. Faculty empowerment strategies, there are HRDC, there are faculty development programs the institutions are conducting, and the government has come out a big way. They have given liberal grants to all the institutions to conduct such programs, to upgrade the faculty and to make them more skillful and apprised of the latest development, so that the faculty becomes empowered knowledge-wise from training point of view, for seeking appropriate feedback and analysis responses from the stakeholders. And these professional competencies of the staff, they becomes an important part of the planning and the policy making. When it comes to financial management, because these days the budgeting, the institutions, they have to maintain their budgets, their finance, their utilization, their mobilization to all the ends, and the income and expenditure which is properly audited. So PFMS system is there. The government has made it very clear, very transparent, and all the utilizations of all the grants, they are on the portals, and these portals make them, fully and efficiently an institution is utilizing the grants, and no grant is spent, left unspent. Internal quality assurance, creation of IQAC in the institution, though it's necessary after NAAC, but okay, when we do NAAC, and after that, nearing NAAC, after 3 years, the IQAC becomes efficient, and once the NAAC is over, the IQAC should be prompt enough, with the same pace, collecting all the information every trimester or every semester or on annual basis, come out with all those parameters, all these 6 or 7 parameters, like where the institution is going, what are the trends the institution has led, what are the leads of the institution, on what areas the institution is lagging behind, and what are the extra efforts that need to be augmented, and how the finance has to be maintained at a proper level, how the utilization has to be carried out and in what are the areas. So IQAC needs to, give the feedback to the management, to the leadership, so as to make the friendly policies simultaneously. And this data generation should be on a regular basis and brought in notice on regular basis and made the files available, so that when the next NAAC level inspection comes, every data is readily available with the IQAC. And the last criterion is of the institutional values and the best practices. So for this, when we follow all these curricular, extracurricular, and all other activities that make an institution unique in its own value system, and these institutional values are known over a period of time, that this institution is the most efficient, known in the field of curriculum, known in the field of sports, known in the field of extracurricular, has won so many trophies, has earned so many distinctions, has earned so many awards, or has attained this NERF position, has attained that rankings and ratings are a regular feature these days. India Today, MHRD, The Week, and so many other magazines they are carrying out on, and QS is also there. So these regular ratings and rankings an institution should always indulge into. It makes a brand for an institution, and the institution becomes an ambassador in coming out that they have made their presence felt, and they are now transparent for the people, because MHRD or UGC or NAAC recognizes them on this basis. And all these magazines who are conducting their surveys, they also recognize this institution in this region. That becomes a value or the brand of that particular institution, which is need of the day. And in this, the best practices, the institution values and the social responsibilities, all these such programs, they are taken into account, and it becomes the best practice. Over the years, the best practice is a repetitive activity an institution is conducting over the years, for which the institution is known. And this best practice, whether that is towards the environment, towards the gender, towards the human values, or for creating or skilled portion of the students, because they are alumni, they are better placed students, they are the wealth of an institution, which bring forward the best practices of the institution, who had enabled or provided that platform for the students to come or to reach up to those levels. So these things, all value and quality enhancement programs, value addition and quality enhancement programs for making a better human for the society, who can cater the developing needs in all the spheres, is a prime motto of the best practices. And this brings an institution distinct for its own, that this institution is one of its own kinds because of such attributes, or characterize the institution and are reflected in its activities, which had been in focus and practice over a larger period of time, and they have made it a tradition. This institution is known for preserving this tradition or conserving these values, which will be known in the times to come. And these are the grades, the NAAC is giving for acquiring all these quality assurance programs, and these quality assurance programs which are there from this 7-point scale. Certainly with the changing need of the society, with the changing need of national education policy, because we do have national education policy on one hand, and we do have sustainable developmental goals on the another hand, which the country tells us to follow, which the UNO tells us to follow. At the same time, the geographical indicators, the state science councils or the state councils tell us to follow. These are the prime mottos or the prime challenges an institution has to enter into. And more efficiently and more quickly any institution adopts such developments, the better, it's for the better for the institution to enter into the quality enhancement programs of its own courses, of its own programs. So with this, I think much had already been said for NAAC. This is a NAAC-based program on the ranking accreditation framework. The NAAC emphasizes more on these programs, and when NAAC sends us as peer teams, we also seek all these feedbacks on all these programs. So this workshop will largely benefit all the participants who are there, who are already doing. Many of you must be doing all these programs, but the only need is of updation. Updation, data collection, and augmenting artificial intelligence into all your programs. That is the main message of my presentation. And I'm sure that you're already into these programs, and you'll be taking them more efficiently in the times to come. So with this, I wish you all the best and for the success of this workshop. Any feedback, any observation, or anything which you would like to share, please, you're most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am, for a very, very sagacious presentation, and you have really put your heart into it, and we assure you that we will also put our heart into following all what you have guided us. And you have always been, our principal ma'am is also there. Unmute ma'am also. Okay. So any questions, any queries for Dr. Renu Bhardwaj?
Ma'am, I have a question. There is one document that we put, that is strategic development plan and deployment. So should it be annual, or it should be long-term based, say for 4 or 5 years planning and then deployment?
Yes, the strategic plan is, both short-term and long-term. So there has to be short-term goals and the long-term goals. The short-term goals are the ones which you have to follow immediately, and within, a time span of few months or within 1 year. And the long-term are like for 5 years or in the times to come. For what is your vision for ultimately reaching to the level of excellence? What are the things which are required from your own institution point of view, and what are the things which are really, need to be put more effort or need to be taken further ahead, so that the institution becomes distinct in that particular area. So more effort needs to be undertaken, more funds have to be flown into that particular practice. So these long-term goals and the short-term goals are defined in that way, seeking all your developmental patterns.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, I have a submission.
Please.
We are all talking about enhancement of quality education for our young people.
Yes.
I think the most pertinent thing right now, what our country needs. And the state of Punjab, where the young people are so strong mentally, physically, and this is the border state, we need to rear very, very strong young people. So my saying is that, we have to for the enhancement of quality education, NAAC and the education, the highest bodies, they have recommended the autonomy for higher education institutions. And as you are a part of this whole process in our college, we have seen the kind of, I am very highly convinced that we have been able to take multiple steps for building up, strong students, for building up their personalities, to give them global competencies. Now, within the universities, since you are an influential person within your university, we would request that, a separate awareness cell or dealing cell must be formed, which deals with the autonomous colleges. So what happens is that the employees who have no idea so far, because it's a relatively fresher, concept. So the office people, regardless of their good intentions, not the teaching, but the non-teaching staff, they are probably not all the time aware of the concepts and the objectives and the, what an autonomous college means. So my request would be that to promote this quality enhancement concept, we must facilitate and set up good example for dealing with the autonomous colleges. in other, I have asked for, other autonomous bodies. We have been visiting colleges in South, in East, and we have gone to all those places. So in that case, they are more established. They took autonomy about 20 years back, 15 years back. So very established and flawless systems. So our university is excellent. We have very good standards, and people like you and the Vice Chancellor himself was the secretary when the status was given to us. So a great visionary, a great leader, Vice Chancellor sir. He's the propounder of quality education, not only in Punjab, but in the whole India. So we just need to do something at the lower level so that our working becomes smoother, and we encourage other institutions also to follow the this path. That's my request.
Yes, ma'am, you're very right that this kind of awareness or sensitization or learning has to be undertaken, because they are catering, most of the staff is catering with the non-autonomous colleges, which
Yes.
are affiliated with the university. Actually, before COVID, there had been regular workshops for non-teaching staff as well, where for all the levels of ARs or superintendents or the senior technicians, they were given regular training at HRDC, and I had conducted one such, and whereby they were told about all the laws regarding recruitments, regarding promotions, regarding finance, regarding purchasing. So it was told to them, because many of the new staff members, they were also appointed. So they were also told by the experts who had been there to teach them, make them learn, and it helped them a lot, because all those guidelines, all those framework of rules, they are separate from each other, and they need to be completely learned about them. This is a very good suggestion, that when we conduct such programs on administrative point of view, specifically HRDC is conducting such programs for non-teaching staff for taking out the issues of colleges. So this, you make a request through Dean College Development Council that there should be some, before them, at least the persons who are dealing right now, making a separate cell is a welcome idea that can be taken into consideration later. But at least the persons who are dealing with autonomous colleges, they need to be sensitized about all the guidelines, about all the terms and conditions of the program, the proper and the formal way of a workshop or a training program, whereby the persons either from UGC or the persons who are already dealing with having such cells, they can deliver lecture and can tell to them, and also solve their queries, because they must also not be clear for many of the things for which they are not ready to accept, Many times it happens that we are not clear whether to follow this practice or not. So the best way is to seek guidance from the institution who are already there and who are following those rules under the framework of what is the interpretation of this rule, how this rule has to be enforced and implemented and taken into consideration. So such kind of training or workshops will certainly help them. And later, as the number of colleges, because right now there are only 2 colleges, so making a separate cell for 2 colleges, I think the administration also need to be, for this, that the more the number of colleges they do come for the autonomous status, certainly a separate cell that will be created.
Yeah, more colleges are already seeking autonomy, so soon there will be proliferation of this number.
Sure.
So let's hope for the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Let me take this opportunity, because we talk about quality enhancement, so मैं आपको request करूँगी.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Bharadwaj. This is always a pleasure to learn, and such vast experience. You have held positions of controller exams and all the other. You have been, in other administrative positions. So we have benefited so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. There is, for all the participants, there's an announcement that you must fill the feedback form, which is given in the chat box. And now I invite my dear friend, Mrs. Parminder, IQAC coordinator to extend a formal vote of thanks. Over to Mrs. Parminder ji.
Thank you, Madhumi. I deem it my proud privilege to present a formal vote of thanks to all our resource persons, our keynote speaker, Dr. B.S. Ponvatiraj, Advisor NAAC Bangalore, invited speaker, Dr. Samita Rao Sahib Deshmukh, Principal MVD Mahavidyalaya, Maharashtra, Dr. S.S. Chal, former Vice Chancellor, Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, Udaipur, and Chairman NAAC Appeals, and Dr. Renu Bhardwaj, Professor, Department of Botanical and Environmental Sciences, GNDU Amritsar, and former IQAC coordinator, GNDU, for sparing their valuable time to enlighten the delegates. Their talks have been very informative and very fruitful. On behalf of KMV, I'm also thankful to our participants from near and far away places like Maharashtra and Kerala, as their presence encourages us to do better and better. Many thanks to our worthy principal ma'am, who always encourage and guide us to organize such events. Thanks to all the HODs and other faculty members for joining the seminar. My special thanks to our staff, especially Manmeet, Meenakshi, Pankaj, Karan, and Ankush for their technical help. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Madhumeet for comparing the event so wonderfully. Once again, thanks to one and all.
Let me take out of turn, a comment for the IQAC. Mrs. Parminder, Dr. Gopi, Dr. Jatinder, and all your other associates in the IQAC for always taking the lead in and initiatives for such events. Yes, my inspiration is there, but the work is all yours. So well done, and thank you so much for making your best efforts. And the IQAC of KMV is very efficient, one of the best in the region, living up to the very objectives of what quality assurance cell should be. Well done, and thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. So we sign off to meet again soon. Thank you, ma'am.
रिकॉर्डिंग सेव करना थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा फिल कर दो